Fox Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are Arizona.
The National League West Division crown resides in the Valley for now, but the Dodgers are moving up the ranks here, right behind the Arizona Diamondbacks, as the D-backs fans file into Chase Field for the finale of this three-game series, the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks baseball is brought to you by the Kia Motors. Good evening from Chase Field and welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthiaume, Bob Brenly along the way. Third of a three-game series here against the LA Dodgers. And Bob, it's really a matter of simple math here. After tonight, the Diamondbacks division lead will either be 1.5 games or 3.5 games. This game holds with it a big two-game swing.
No question about it. And to the guy we're going to send to the mound, a rookie, Tyler Skaggs. It seems funny with the rotation the way it was in spring training that as the season has progressed, we're counting more and more on Tyler Skaggs and Patrick Corbin and Randall Delgado in big games. No question about it, this is a big game. Friday against the Rockies, Tyler Skaggs was as good as we've ever seen him. Had all of his pitches working well, especially that big breaking curveball.
And this is the pitching matchup tonight. Tyler Skaggs for the Diamondbacks and Hyunjin Ryu for the Dodgers. We've seen this guy a couple of times this year, including a start in April at Chase Field when we were calling him Babe Ruth.
We're going to have to pitch him carefully. The Dodgers pitchers have done a lot of damage with the bats. Ryu is a guy that can swing it as well.
2.5 game lead right now for the Diamondbacks, so it's either 1.5 or 3.5 after tonight's game. And once this series is over, here's what's ahead for these two NL West contenders, the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks. Their schedules after this, Bob, will look just like this.
Yeah, it looks like the Dodgers have a little bit of a tougher schedule throughout the second half of the season. You see the number of games against teams over 500, under 500, current playoff teams, home and road against the West. All seem to favor the Diamondbacks in the second half of the season. Of course, you got to play good baseball and win those games.
Dodgers have come in here. They've made themselves comfortable in the Diamondbacks' living room. They've put their feet up on the coffee table. They've changed the TV channels. And now it's time to send these guys out of here with a win. Things have been getting chippy. More on that. We're waiting for Tyler Skaggs and Hyunjin Ryu, Game 3 of this three-game series, coming up next right here on Fox Sports Arizona. Behind your local Kia Motor retailers, visit phxkia.com. By George Brazil. George Brazil guarantees the lowest price on a new AC system. Call George today. And by Gila River Casinos, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And welcome back to Chase Field on this Wednesday night. The final game of this three-game series between the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks looking to avoid the sweep. Jody Jackson with you just outside the Diamondbacks dugout. And Yasiel Puig, yes, he's taken Major League Baseball by storm because of the way that he's played, batting over 400, a unique blend of speed and power. But the one thing we also know about him, it seems like everyone has an opinion. Is he just playing the game hard? Is he extremely passionate and maybe too young to know any better? Or is he offensive, rubbing some people the wrong way? Last night, Ian Kennedy, last night's starting pitcher, he definitely had an opinion on the way Puig plays the game.
He plays with a lot of arrogance, and you see that. I don't know if it's probably against us, but he's a good player, but I see a little more against us. And he's young, but he's a pretty good player. But yeah, you notice that with us too. What Miggy looked at him, and you know, if he was trying to run him over or what. I really don't care what the Dodgers think. To be honest, I really don't care.
Ian Kennedy was asked about what they might have thought here when he hits Hanley Ramirez, but even Don Mattingly said, look, it was a changeup they were trying to get in. It wasn't intentional. Puig tries to come home. He's out. Miguel Montero says, no, 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 but there's some physical contact there. And then Belisario late in the game hitting Miguel Montero. He simply goes on to first base. So the rivalry heats up, and here we have Game 3. Ryu against Tyler Skaggs, lefty versus lefty. Who will win the battle as the D-backs look to get a victory here tonight? We'll have it for you. Up next, Steve and Bob with the call.
Puig has run out of time to sign autographs. This is a live picture, and as you can see, Tyler Skaggs already on the mound for the Diamondbacks, throwing his warm-up pitches, and Puig right now is on deck. He is scheduled to hit second in this inning, and he's a little late getting there. We saw this yesterday, Bob Brentley. I'm not sure I've ever quite seen anything like this.
I think he ought to stay down there and sign autographs for another 15 or 20 minutes myself.
He takes it right up until the last possible instant. Don Mattingly's Dodgers, they've won 14 of their last 17. They're 11-2 in their last 13 against the NL West. They have picked up 7 games on the Diamondbacks since June 22nd, and now are only 2.5 back. So after this one, it's either 1.5 or 3.5. Bob, frankly, the Diamondbacks need to win this baseball game.
Well, you'd sure like to see them salvage one game of this series. I mean, the Dodgers are red hot coming in, and the Diamondbacks have done absolutely nothing to slow them down at this point. It'll be on Tyler Skaggs to try to slow down this Dodgers offense.
Mark Ellis. Tyler Skaggs making his 5th start this season for the Diamondbacks, a 2-1 record, an ERA just over 3.5. In less than 25 innings, he's recorded 22 strikeouts and allowed 20 hits. And he's had some very encouraging outings so far.
Bookends, the first outing of the year against the Texas Rangers. He was outstanding in that first game of the doubleheader, went back to the minor leagues. And his last outing against the Rockies was tremendous. Very reminiscent of that first start against the Rangers.
4-seam curveball and a developing changeup and 2-seam fastball combination that we'll talk about over the course of the game. 1-2.
That's going to be a key pitch for Tyler Skaggs tonight. Dropped that curveball right on the outside corner, in the estimation of Tripp Gibson, the home plate umpire, just off of the outside corner.
Drives that one to left. Cody Ross at the track, at the wall. Cody Ross leaps and he makes the catch. That's the way to start it off. Some Diamondback defense.
Better than the alternative. That one looked like it was headed for the seats, but Cody Ross times his jump perfectly right up near the yellow stripe at the top of that left field wall. I think he took a home run away right there.
I think you're right.
Looked like he had his glove up above the fence level right there. That ball hits the top of the fence and bounces on out, more than likely.
A loud chorus of boos for Yasiel Puig. And in breaking news, Bob, he swung at the first pitch.
What a shock. He's been great in the first inning, however. 18 for 30 in his young career with a couple of home runs. He singled in his first at bat both days here in Arizona.
And you were with us when we came on the air, fans. That was a live shot. He was signing autographs, 90 seconds ago, 2 minutes ago. And here he is, down 0-2 against Tyler Skaggs. Yasiel Puig on base 3 times last night. He singled and walked twice. The 2 walks for Puig, fairly significant considering he'd walked only 5 times all season going into last night's game. 2 down. Dodger lineup looks like this as Skip Schumacher is, by the way, serving a 2-game suspension for his role in the June 11th brawl, so he is serving 2 games beginning tonight. He's not in the lineup. We saw him last night. Slightly different look with left-hander Skaggs on the mound. Here is Adrian Gonzalez. 298, 13 home runs. It's one thing Tyler does have to watch out for. He's given up 4 home runs this year. And it might be 5 right now if not for Cody Ross in left field. Gonzalez 1 for 4 last night, 3 RBIs. He hit a ball deep to center field that went off Adam Eaton's glove and scored 2 runs. That was the play on which Puig got himself thrown out at the plate.
Crazy aggressive base running. Ill-advised at the time. The Dodgers really had it cooking.
Up the middle, and Gonzalez is aboard with a 2-out single. Diamondbacks defensively brought to you by Safeline Auto Glass, and we've already seen some Diamondback D with Cody in left.
Ross in left, Pollock in center, Parra in right field. It'll be Prado and Pennington on the left side of the infield, Hill and Goldschmidt on the right side. Will Nieves getting a start against the left-hander Ryu, and Tyler Skaggs on the mound for the Diamondbacks.
Cody has already turned in 1 defensive highlight tonight, and Will Nieves, as Bob mentioned, behind the plate. Miguel Montero getting the night off against the lefty Ryu. Here's Hanley Ramirez.
Yeah, nothing was said about it at the time last night, but when Miggy got hit by that pitch in his last at bat in the ball game, It looked like it caught him on the inside of the back leg, which would be the left leg for Miguel Montero, and he was gritting his teeth as he ran down that first baseline. It may have been some anger directed toward Ronald Belisario, but it looked like it got him pretty good. So not only a day off against an opposing left-handed pitcher, but maybe a day off to let that left calf heal up a little bit.
There's Belisario. This was the pitch. You can hear the thud.
Yeah, Miggy, like I said, gritting his teeth as he ran down that first baseline.
Tyler Skaggs ahead 0-2. Center field, A.J. Pollock's out there. Lots of room. And Tyler Skaggs strands the 2-out single by Gonzalez. Cody Ross, a stellar defensive play, will head to the home half of the first at Chase Field. He's behind the Dodgers since April of 2008, and they need a win here to avoid that, holding a 2.5 game lead over LA atop the National League West. And on the mound for the Dodgers, number 99 from Korea, this is Hyunjin Ryu.
Diamondbacks saw him back in April on the 13th. He was hooked up with Ian Kennedy in that ball game. Struck out 9, although 6 of those strikeouts came in the first 11 batters of the game. He got off to a fantastic start.
7-3 record in 17 starts, a 2.82 ERA, ranks him 12th in the National League. 4-seam change, slider, curve.
Real good straight changeup. That's a good out pitch for him against both righties and lefties, but he'll throw more breaking balls to the lefties, changeups to the righties.
A.J. Pollock in there to lead it off. It's an entirely left-handed bench for Kirk Gibson tonight. Gregorius, Eden, Chavez, Kubel, and Montero all out of the starting lineup. So Kirk Gibson has done what he can to load it up with right-hand hitters against the lefty Ryu.
Which seems a little odd when you look at Ryu's splits. Right-handed hitters batting only .220 against him. Lefties hitting .300.
And Gerardo Parra dropped down to 7th in the order. Cliff Pennington the switch hitter. He rings up Pollock to open up the ball game. Strike 3 says Trip Gibson. Here is the Diamondbacks lineup tonight. A.J. Pollock leads it off ahead of Aaron Hill and Paul Goldschmidt. Cody Ross, Bob, in cleanup spot tonight.
Hits lefties well, hits the Dodgers well. He'll be followed by Prado, Nieves, Parra, Pennington, and Tyler Skaggs.
Here's Aaron Hill. Ryu coming out throwing strikes here. Aaron at 300 on the year, 3 homers and 13 driven in. Just inside there, Ryu 90 strikeouts, 100 hits in just under 112 innings. And the Diamondbacks, as we mentioned earlier, faced this guy twice this year. D-backs got their first look at Ryu at Chase Field April 13th. He had 9 strikeouts in a 7-5 Dodger win. 3 runs on 6 hits in 6. Second meeting, D-backs actually hit him pretty well. 11 hits in 6 innings. That was at Dodger Stadium June 12th. Aaron Hill drives that one to left. Van Slyke at the wall, and that one is out of here. Aaron Hill, just like that, is 4th of the year. It's 1-0 Diamondbacks. That's a Fulton home run, fans. Another $150 goes to Central Arizona Mountain Rescue from our friends at Fulton Homes.
First lead the Diamondbacks have had in this series comes on a fastball down and in. Aaron Hill golfed that ball high in the air to left, about 2 rows deep into the bleachers in the left center.
Good effort by Scott Van Slyke, who's starting out there tonight. But it's up into the seats for Aaron's 4th home run and his 14th RBI. 0-1 to Goldie. Good start for the Diamondbacks. And Bob, we haven't seen a whole lot of extra base hits in this series from either team. Gonzalez had a 2-out single in the first for LA. The Dodgers so far in the 3 games have 28 hits, 26 singles. So the Diamondbacks at this point winning the battle of slugging percentage and leading the game 1-0. Two and 1. Goldie 3 for 8 in the series so far. And pretty good numbers in this matchup. Popped up foul first base side. Gonzalez near the Dodger dugout, but that's not a play. Goldie off to another hot start this month. He's hit safely in 6 straight and 8 of 9 to begin July. He's batting .343 for the month so far with 7 RBIs. He leads the National League with 74 runs driven in, 3 ahead of the Cardinals' Alan Craig. Looks at a ball there. It's full 3-2. Cody Ross on deck. 1-out walk to Paul Goldschmidt.
A good start for the D-backs, and that's usually how you have to attack Ryu. You see first 25 pitches of the game, opponent's batting average of .313 steadily goes down after that until he gets late in the ball game when it creeps up a little bit. Get him early.
Cody .266, 5 home runs. He had a pinch hit double last night. And Cody has been crushing it against the Dodgers this year. You see the lefty-righty splits. He's one of the best hitters in baseball against left-hand pitching, nearly .400. Cody Ross versus LA this year. There you go. 13 for 34. 3 doubles and a home run. Chance to get to Ryu early.
Ryu came to the States with some serious credentials, pitching in Korea for Hanwha. 47 games over 500 in his career. 5-time led the league in strikeouts.
In the KBO, that is Korea's major baseball league.
In 2006, he won the pitcher's triple crown. That's wins, ERA, and strikeouts.
He was an all-star in each of his 7 seasons in the league. The Dodgers defensive lineup brought to you by Safeline Auto Glass.
Yeah, a little different look with Scott Van Slyke in left field over Carl Crawford tonight. Ethier in center, Puig in right. Nick Punto filling in at third base tonight. Ramirez and Ellis make up the double play combination. Adrian Gonzalez at first. A.J. Ellis behind the plate for the lefty, Ryu.
Hyun-Jin Ryu, 26 years old, just turned 26 in March. He has won only once in his last 6 starts, and that came in his last outing Saturday at San Francisco. Gave up only 4 hits in 6 2/3. 6'2", 230. Dodgers spent more than $61 million to get him. Almost $26 million of that was the posting fee.
Which, with this Dodger team, puts him right about in the middle of the pack.
Well, you consider, Yasiel Puig in Cuba getting 40-something million, and Ryu here 60-something. They are spending their money internationally. 3-2 to Cody Ross. Lifted in the air to center field. Andre Ethier at the track. Paul Goldschmidt scampers back to the bag at first. 2 down. Martin Prado. 251, 8 homers and 31 RBIs. Prado 2 for 8 in the series so far. And Martin has really looked good up there lately. He's hit safely in 11 of his last 13 games, 327 over that span with 7 RBIs. Paul Goldschmidt aboard at first after a walk. Aaron Hill, his 4th home run, a solo shot. Diamondbacks up 1-0 here. A lot of cameras everywhere Yasiel Puig is these days. Got some national camera crews following him around.
And Ryu as well. They had about a half a dozen camera people lined up down the right field line as he did his warm-ups before the game, just running sprints.
He missed on 3-0 there. Diamondbacks have 2 on with 2 outs, and here's Will Levis. Second walk of the inning issued by Ryu.
He has walked some batters over his last 6 starts. 2, 2, 4, 3, 3, and 1.
Chance for Will Levis. He says, every time I know I'm going to start, it's like Christmas. And he gets excited like a little kid. He's hitting almost 400 on the year. Ooh, got the strike call there from Tripp Gibson. 0-1.
Skaggs needs to get the same pitches that Ryu has gotten in this inning. Some of those borderline pitches on that outside corner. He's throwing some backdoor breaking balls, and that last one, a change up to Nieves. Skaggs needs that same pitch.
Second base, Mark Ellis is there. And the Diamondbacks strand 2, but they get a run. Aaron Hill, his 4th home run of the season, has made it 1-0 D-backs after 1. Tyler Skaggs will face A.J. Ellis, Andre Ethier, and Scott Van Slyke, 5, 6, and 7 in the LA second. Here's A.J. Ellis at 265, 3 home runs and 25 RBIs. There's the strike, 0-1. Ellis 2 for 9 in the series so far. He's got an 8-game hitting streak, batting .364 over that streak. And in the 8 games, 9 RBIs, and he's scored 7 times. So he's been a productive bat lately for Don Mattingly and Dodger Blue.
Boy, and he, along with Mark Ellis, a couple guys that will make you throw a lot of pitches. They've got some aggressive swingers in this Dodgers lineup, but they've also got a couple of 3 guys that'll really work some at bats, make you work hard to get them out.
That's how Ellis sort of made a name for himself in the minor leagues. He developed into a very patient hitter. 2-1. He actually kind of joked about that, saying that he became really good at working counts and taking walks because as a young player in the minor leagues, I knew my best chance to help the team was not to swing.
Sounds like Bob Uecker.
He was honest. He said, look, when I was younger, I stunk. I knew I couldn't hit. I had to be patient. Wait and trying to get in predictable fastball counts where I had a chance. And he developed into a very disciplined hitter, but takes 1 strike too many there. And there's a strikeout for Tyler Skaggs to open the second.
Center fielder, number 16, Andre Ethier.
There you see Tyler Skaggs pointing over at Paul Goldschmidt right there with a left-handed hitter at the plate. The pitcher and the first baseman want to be sure. A ground ball to you at first base. I'll be over there covering the bag. Just kind of a little fundamental reminder to each other.
Andre Ethier. Tyler Skaggs gets ahead, and that is huge for him. Ethier at 272 with 5 homers. I talked to Tyler before the game today. I was taking batting practice, and he said, I had a lot of luck against Colorado because I got ahead, and that was huge for me. And it really does set up a lot of his stuff. And it's very much a repertoire that's a work in progress. He's changing things. That's a Corbin-like line right there, 5 of 6.
It just changes so much when you jump ahead in the count as a pitcher. You can expand the strike zone. It opens up your entire arsenal of pitches. You mentioned just a moment ago talking about A.J. Ellis getting in predictable fastball counts. And that happens when you fall behind hitters.
Gets through Aaron Hale. Ethier's aboard. Aaron had a shot at it. Tough play in the outfield grass in shallow right. That's a base hit. Second for the Dodgers. And of course, it's a single. So now 29 hits, 27 singles in the series for LA.
By the way, Aaron looked back at the cut of the grass right there. I think that ball hit right at the edge and didn't take that last bounce that Aaron was expecting. The ball stayed down, scooted underneath his glove for a base hit for Ethier.
Scott Van Slyke, the left fielder tonight. And yes, he is the son of former Pirate star Andy Van Slyke. 236 and 6 home runs. Just called up Monday from AAA Albuquerque. He'd been sent down before the weekend. And prior to that, had missed 15 games with left shoulder tendonitis. So it's been a battle for Van Slyke this year. And he fights that one off, and it drops into shallow center. Ethier hustling around second. He'll make third. And the Dodgers have runners in the corners with 1 out. Good aggressive base running there by Andre Ethier. He saw that little flare was going to die out there in right center, and he was able to take third base.
Van Slyke cues it right off the end of the bat. Big guy with a big swing. Everybody just had to kind of freeze in their tracks momentarily, and that ball drops in front. Good base running by Ethier to go first to third.
So a chance here for Nick Punto, the 8th place hitter tonight, and the third baseman. So we've seen 3 third basemen for the Dodgers in this series. It was Uribe on Monday, Hairston yesterday, and Punto today. Again, Tyler Skaggs gets ahead. You see that fastball. That's become a very effective pitch for Tyler, especially that two-seam sinking fastball. Something he's been playing around with lately, and he's had a lot of success with it. Punto 6 hits in his last 28 at-bats. His playing time has dwindled a bit since the Dodgers have become healthier in the infield, with Ellison Ramirez coming back from injury. Punto's 28 at-bats have come over the last 14 games, just 6 starts. We saw the Dodgers bob earlier this year. Punto, because they had so many injuries, was in there every day. And now he's in the role they probably designed for him, which is kind of a super utility guy.
And he'll help you out. He does a lot of things well. He hits behind the runner well with that hole on the right side of the infield. Wouldn't surprise me a bit to see him try to shoot one over that direction.
Nice block by Nieves. It's 1-2.
That's one thing you kind of learn late in your career, and you wish you knew better earlier in your career. Where's the weakness in the defense right now? Well, it's on the right side. Paul Goldschmidt holding on the runner. Aaron Hill cheating a little bit towards second base. Big hole on that right side. So as a veteran hitter, you look for something from the middle of the plate away. Now with 2 strikes, he's just got to battle and do the best he can to put the ball in play. But early in the sequence, looking for something to shoot that direction.
Chase, that one just did get a piece of it. You saw Nieves upset because he couldn't hang on, and Punto is still alive.
Always frustrating for a catcher when you're not able to hang on to those foul tips, but yeah, the reality is you're at the mercy of where that ball hits in your mitt, and that time it hit up near the webbing on the thumb of the glove and just dropped harmlessly to the ground.
He holds on to that. It's a strikeout. Tyler Skaggs has developed this two-seam fastball. We'll talk about it over the course of the night. When he's ahead like that, he really likes it, especially to right-handers, Bob, because he told me that he can work it either low and away to the righty and have it tail out of the zone, or down and in and have it tail into the zone.
You know, for me personally, I think the two-seamer is more psychological than physical right now. He doesn't have the same kind of dive-bombing, sinking action on that pitch that a lot of guys do, but in his mind, it's a valuable weapon. He keeps it down in the zone, which makes it effective. And if he thinks it works, it works. There's Punto trying to take a shot to the right side on that big, loopy breaking pitch. Just waited a little bit too long. Fouls that one into the Dodger dugout on the first base side.
Does it make it more easier for him to throw that pitch, that big loopy curveball, when he's ahead in the count like that and he doesn't have to throw it for a strike?
Yeah, I mean, when he's commanding that pitch, and when he's commanding that pitch, that's when he's at his best. We saw that in that start against Texas. Every time he threw a curveball, just the way his body reacted after he let the pitch go, he knew it was a good pitch. A couple times he started walking off the mound before the ball even got into the hitting zone.
This with that fastball inside. Trip Gibson doesn't give it to him. It's 2-2. When curveball away, now they elevate inside with that fastball, and he just missed it. Seventh pitch of the at-bat on the way. This guy's a pain in the neck.
Yeah, we mentioned it a moment ago. The Dodgers have a few guys like this in the lineup when Punto plays, whether it's at third base or second base or occasionally in the outfield. Both Ellises are capable of grinding out at bats. Andre Ethier has been very good at grinding out bats throughout his career.
Nick Punto's 13th season in the big leagues at age 35. Popped him up. Aaron Hill. That's a big out there. 2 down. And normally you'd be happy, Bob, when the pitcher was striding up here, but the way the Dodger pitchers have been hitting in this series, I'm not so sure you want to see this guy up here right now.
Not only in this series, but this season, Dodger pitchers are batting .458 against the Diamondbacks with 3 extra base hits. They've driven in 2 and scored 4.
Started with a Greinke. Monday night he had 3 singles. And then last night, Nolasco RBI single in the second, doubled and scored in the fifth, and now here is Hyunjin Ryu. Last time he was here, we were calling him Babe Ruth. He was doing some damage with a bat. Ethier at third, Van Slyke at first, 2 down. Diamondbacks lead 1-0 on Aaron Hill's solo homer, his 4th of the year. Come on, man.
It's not that easy.
Apparently. Ethier at third, Van Slyke at first. That's not a good swing.
Whoops.
I didn't mean to do that.
Don't be fooled, though. He's got a pretty good idea of what he's doing up there. Got fooled by that 2-seamer, just a little bit of movement away.
That was kind of a 7-iron swing right there.
Going to try to finish him with the big curveball here.
Got a piece of it. Nieves out in front. Skaggs will pick it up. He spins and throws. A nice play by Tyler Skaggs. And he strands a pair of Dodger base runners. Home half of the second on the way. It's 1-0 Diamondbacks. Gaining steam here at Chase Field. Diamondbacks lead the Dodgers 1-0. Time for our AT&T Twitter poll question. We've been asking this all week long. Who will win the final NL All-Star vote? This is our own private poll. Ian Desmond, Freddie Freeman, Adrian Gonzalez, Hunter Pence, or Yasiel Puig. Tweet your vote to @Fox Sports Arizona. Don't forget, fans, the All-Star game comes your way July 16th only on Fox. Right now, Freeman is winning. Yasiel Puig is doing what he can to garner some votes. Saw on Twitter the Dodgers tweeted out from their official team Twitter feed that one guy had voted 100,000 times for Puig all by himself.
Well, there you go. That's a good way to pick an all-star team.
That's the system we have in place, and it's all about the PR these days, Yasiel Puig. It never ends. Here is Gerardo Parra. Parra, Pennington, Skaggs, 7-8-9 in the Arizona second against Hyunjin Ryu. Parra still looking for his first hit in this series, zooming in here from behind home plate. As usual in the batting cage, before the game today, there was a guy who was, since Miggy was not in the first group, not starting today, there was a guy who just frankly wouldn't shut up and stop talking the entire time. It was Gerardo Parra, chirping away as always. Always the life of the party down there. 293 on the year, 7 home runs. He walks around with that same energy he plays with, which I find remarkable.
Well, you practice like you play like you practice. We're in batting practice for a major league team. Obviously, they're working on things. There's a very specific routine that guys go through every day in their batting practice routine. But even more than that is the good-natured ragging that goes on behind the cage. Some of the comments you hear down there, priceless.
Well, some of the most fun is to watch pitchers batting practice because they have their own little home run derbies. And Charlie Nagy was pitching batting practice today, and I'm here to tell you, one guy was absolutely crushing it. Wade Miley. He knocked two of them about 8-10 rows up into the right field seats.
Only because Charlie was letting it.
Yeah, he was grooving them.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you have a pitching coach who was a former pitcher and a real good former pitcher like Charlie Nagy, if he wanted to strike those guys out in batting practice, he could. Of course, that would defeat the purpose.
You know who was taking BP today and also looked good was Brandon McCarthy. He's out with that shoulder injury. McCarthy was throwing off the mound here yesterday, taking some aggressive swings today. The shoulder is looking good. Gerardo Parra to second base. There's Mark Ellis. And Gonzalez gets his foot on the bag. They take a base hit away from Gerardo Parra. And Gerardo's over there having a discussion with Marty Foster, who says no.
That's a nice play by Mark Ellis going to the backhand and knew he had to get rid of it quickly with Parra running down that first baseline. The throw briefly pulled Gonzalez off the bag. Looked like he was able to get back just in time before Parra got there, ever so slightly.
Here's Cliff Pennington. Cliff starting at shortstop today. Didi Gregorius getting the night off against the left-hander. Cliff at .230 on the year, a home run and 15 RBIs. He's hit safely in 4 straight games. That one is rolled to third. Puta. 2 up, 2 down in the second. Let's go downstairs to Jody Jackson. Jody.
You mentioned the fact that Brandon McCarthy was out there throwing off the mound yesterday, and Kirk Gibson had a few things to say about it. He said he was really surprised at how well he threw, the way the ball came out of his hand, and so Brandon McCarthy moving right along. He will throw a sim game on Sunday. That'll move him up to about 60 to 65 pitches, and then hopefully if that goes well, he may be able to go on a rehab assignment. Meanwhile, Trevor Cahill will throw a bullpen tomorrow. They had shut him down for a little while after he tweaked his shoulder and a little bit of neck pain playing catch. So it appears those two guys, though, are on the right track, particularly Brandon, who will again throw up to 65 pitches on Sunday.
And we forget that Tyler Skaggs is here technically tonight, taking the rotation spot of the injured Brandon McCarthy. And for 5 straight seasons now, Brandon's shoulder injury has appeared somewhere between the end of April and the end of June. It usually costs him about 5 weeks every year, 2 weeks of having to be shut down, and then 3 more weeks to build that arm strength back up. And he was thrown off the mound as we showed you yesterday, and the entire staff was watching from behind the batting cage. Skaggs strikes out to end the second. Top 3 coming up. Diamondbacks lead it 1-0. The Diamondbacks and Dodgers here in the third, and joining us in the booth now is the CEO of More Sports. This is Jason Moore. And Jason, thanks for being here. More Sports is promoting the big game in Australia next year, right?
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. We're looking forward to it. Diamondbacks been so enthusiastic, excited, and I can't tell you how well the people of Sydney and Australia have received this. It is going to be a great event.
Actual major league games in Australia. People are excited.
First time ever in the history of baseball and the history of Australian sport.
And Derek Hall, our president and CEO, very active in getting the Diamondbacks involved in that. I've watched some Australian baseball league games in the wintertime. They're televised here occasionally in the U.S. I know it's like teams like the Perth Heat and some other teams. So tell us a little bit about baseball in Australia now.
Look, the ABL, the Australian Baseball League, is in its third season after coming back after a bit of time in the wilderness. Look, baseball's growing. It's certainly nowhere near the level and the standard of what we're seeing here tonight at Chase Field, but look, it's a place that we think that baseball can go to if given the time. We're a southern hemisphere destination. While you guys are cold and freezing, well, perhaps not here in Arizona, but while you're freezing in your winter, we are enjoying sun and beaches, and we'd love to see more baseball fans be with us.
A.J. Pollock! First Cody Ross, and now A.J. Pollock taking base hits away from the Dodgers at Chase Field. That'll play in Australia.
That will go sensational in Australia, let me tell you.
Boy, on that dead run, I'll tell you, we've seen a lot of diving attempts when a dive was not necessary. That's not the case on this one. It took everything A.J. Pollock had to get there with his speed. Fully lays out. Oh, what a great catch.
And now, Jason, here's Yasiel Puig. This is a great opportunity for the fans in Australia to see some great international players with the way the Dodgers are spending some of their money. What do you make of Yasiel Puig and Puig Mania?
Well, yeah, I was trying to work out what the crowd was talking about before, but now I've seen him in action. I was watching him batting practice. He smashed one over there past the Fatburger sign. What a powerhouse. I'm not feeling real safe here in the box, just quietly at the top edges. But,
well, it's all right. Bob was a former catcher. He's used to throwing himself in front of it.
Oh, that's good.
Now, we're going to play these games. These are major league games. These count in the schedule. Diamondbacks and Dodgers next year. We open up the season in Australia at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Now, what can you tell us? I'm told this is a very historic venue, right? Oh,
it's an extremely historic venue. It's an iconic cricket venue in the world, and it's now going to become an iconic baseball venue in the world. We're spending a heap of money, but we're spending a lot of time, care, and diligence, and we're going to. Ooh, that is nice, Adam. You allowed to throw the body like that? Can we get a bit of that in Australia?
Well, he's getting it here, I can tell you that.
You may get it whether you want it or not, the way these two teams have gone at it this year.
Bit of action like that, we love. Look, the Sydney Cricket Ground is a fantastic venue. We're going to transform it.
Puig is struck out for the second time tonight, 2 down.
Yeah, look, we'll transform it into the field of dreams, and I hope that the Dodgers and Diamondbacks fans in particular come down and see what is a moment of history.
Well, I'm glad you said that. How can Diamondback fans find out more about this game? How can they get involved, maybe look at some travel plans, some accommodations, things like that?
Well, we've got a website set up, MLBSydney2014.com, and you know, your fans can log on to there. We're about to make some exciting announcements. We have held back from...
you got some surprises in store.
We have held back a whole bunch of tickets for Diamondbacks fans to get online, which we're putting into travel packages and purchase. They're going to be announced in the next few weeks. We're very excited. The prospect of having as many of you down here as possible to support your team. These are your home games.
Yeah, Diamondbacks are the home team, right?
Absolutely. So we will have some information on that through a special season ticket offer that the Diamondbacks are going to go out with to the season ticket holders as a pre-release opportunity, and then go out to the market later on. But you'll get that information via email.
And Jason, we talked about this on the air when the announcement was made a couple of weeks ago, and someone actually sent me this, and I'm glad you're here for this. They sent us a thing of Vegemite in the mail because I was talking, no offense, about here's somebody actually sent this to us. This is Vegemite, which I hope you're not offended, is just completely revolting.
Well,
how do you people eat this stuff?
Well, look, I think you'll find that's a user error. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right. You know, you probably put it on like jam or jelly. You don't do it like that. It's just thin smeared.
It actually took some of the rust off a fender of a car outside.
Well, okay. You wonder why Australians drink beer? If you read the ingredients, this is made and given to you as a child from brewer's yeast.
Right.
So after they brew beer, they finish with the product, they make it into this, and they give it to you as a kid. Then you grow up and you drink beer. That's the way it works.
What's the alcohol content of that?
Now he's interested.
I might have a sandwich.
Rolled up the first base line. And there's Goldie. Jason Moore, CEO of Moore Sports. And again, Diamondback fans can find out from where about the game? MLBSydney2014.com. We really want to get as many of you down there to support your team and have the greatest time you can. We'll see you in Australia next year, sir. Thanks for being here.
Great. Thank you very much, Steve. Thanks, Bob.
Meet you, Jason.
Pleasure.
First inning, Cody Ross takes a home run away from Mark Ellis. And then wouldn't you know it, Ellis, who should have a home run, is robbed of a double in the third by A.J. Pollock. He'd be halfway to the cycle right now.
Oh, hang with him, Mark Ellis. That's the way it goes sometimes. Tremendous diving catch by A.J. Pollock and great timing by Cody Ross to steal that home run.
And here is A.J. to lead off the third. Diamondbacks one hit so far. It's an Aaron Hill home run, his fourth of the season. A.J. struck out looking his first time up. I'd give a fairly significant amount of money to be able to talk like that guy for about a week. Don't you think?
Probably might have to put closed captions up there initially, but if you listen to it for a little while, there's a rhythm to it, you know.
Hey, Bob, how are you? Hey, Vegemite, no worries, It's about all. That's all I got so far. Yeah.
Shrimp on the Barbie and all that stuff. Yeah.
It's going to be quite a trip, D-backs fans. 2 against the Dodgers in Australia at the legendary Sydney Cricket Ground. There's President and CEO Derek Hall, who has played a key role in working with Major League Baseball, getting the Diamondbacks involved in this. It's quite an honor for the organization. A.J. Pollock lifts that one in the gap in right center. That gets down, and here goes A.J. It hops off the wall, and here goes Pollock. He wants 3. Here's the relay, and he's in there. A.J. Pollock, his second triple this year. He went flying around the bag at second. He wanted 3 all the way there, baby.
Well, he gets 3 right here. Watch him come out of this batter's box at a dead sprint down that first baseline. He knows he has a double. That's the easy part. But because he got out of the box so quickly, rounded the bag well at first base, rounded the bag well at second base, in on his belly at third.
A highlight reel day so far, and it's only the bottom of the third for A.J. Pollock. Here's Aaron Hill, who homered his first time up.
Well, we talked about Cody Ross's success against left-handed pitching. A.J. Pollock starting to develop into a left-handed killer. 7 of his last 13 against lefties with 2 doubles and 2 triples.
Let's take a look. This is real time. He's got those big long legs. He just runs like a deer out there.
You love that effort out of the batter's box. So many hitters want to watch the flight of the ball and see what happens when it gets out there into the gap, but just put your head down and run hard. Good things are going to happen.
So the D-backs with a leadoff man at third in the third. 1-2 to Aaron Hill. Aaron having a big homestand so far. He is 7 for 20 on the homestand with a homer, 4 doubles, and 6 runs scored. Tell you what, Bob, I know Ryu's only given up a couple of hits, but he has not looked sharp. 2 walks, a triple, a home run.
And the approach against him has been really good so far tonight. The opposite field drive off the bat of A.J. Pollock. Aaron Hill got a mistake up over the heart of the plate and pulled it out of here for a home run. Yeah, they've been getting some pitches to hit and putting good swings on them.
Puts a good swing on that one. High in the air to left. Scott Van Slyke is at the track. A.J. Pollock will tag and he will score. It's another RBI for Aaron Hill. And it's a 2-0 Diamondbacks lead.
It's good to give these great Diamondbacks fans something to cheer about. I know what you fans are thinking right now. Anytime the D-backs score 6 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Paul Goldschmidt walked his first time up.
Yeah, Diamondbacks fans haven't had a lot to cheer about in this series. Good to see them up on their feet, clapping their hands. Good guys up 2-0.
Do you get a sense here they've kind of said, all right, you know, we've had enough of being pushed around a little bit here in our own house for 2 games?
Well, it looks a little more like it tonight. I mean, you know, it's tough to take anything away from the game that Zach Greinke pitched in Game 1, and Ricky Nolasco was really good last night. And anytime you run into good pitching, everybody says, boy, the team looks flat. Well, that happens when you don't have a lot of base runners, you don't have a lot of action, you don't have a lot of opportunities in a game. Every team looks flat.
Golden, whoa, high up to Punto at third, and he made a nice play on that one. That ball was hit hard down to third, and Punto was right there. How about that hop?
Boy, Punto really uses his lower body as a defender. He almost got down into a crouch that time, and when the ball came up, he came up out of his crouch just like a catcher would behind home plate to snare that ball.
2 down, Cody Ross. Flied out his first time up. Cody 310 over his last 18 games. 8 RBIs, 8 runs scored. One and one. I'll tell you what, Tyler Skaggs should throw some curveballs right there because he should be getting that call.
Boy, when you have a pitcher that has good command, and even though he hasn't demonstrated it so far tonight, Ryu is a command and control pitcher. If you let him throw that ball 3 or 4 inches off the outside corner and get a called strike, he's just going to live out there. Think back to all those great Atlanta Braves teams with Maddox and Smoltz and Glavine, Denny Nagel. Boy, if you expanded the strike zone, they wouldn't throw a ball over the plate.
Comes inside with a hard fastball, and he rings up Cody Ross. That's Ryu's 3rd strikeout, but the Diamondbacks get another run. It's 2-0.
Yes, but it's just kind of happens. You have games where that happens, and you just gotta, obviously try to correct those mistakes and move on.
We're struggling, but let's go to home play, have a good approach, and have a good at bat. Don't worry about results. Don't worry about that you have to actually get a hit. Just go there, have a good at bat. Let's make the pitcher work.
D-backs trying to stay loose, and yes, if the results are good so far. They weren't so much against Zach Greinke in this series early on, and then last night obviously difficulties as well. But I also talked to the guys about the fact that Eric Chavez held a meeting in New York about just having a better approach at the plate, making the pitcher work. They did that in the Rockies series. Then of course running into strong pitching the last 2 days, guys, they were determined though to get back to that today, and I think that it's paid off.
So far so good, Jody. They have been out hit 3-2, but they lead the Dodgers 2-0. Once again, LA continuing its theme in this series of all singles. All 3 of their hits tonight are singles. Diamondbacks have a home run from Aaron Hill and a triple from A.J. Pollock.
Wise words from Martin Prado there. Just talking about having good at bats. You can't control the results as a hitter. Every guy that steps in that batter's box for both teams is trying to get a hit. All you can really do to that end is just have a good at bat, try to get counts in your favor, make sure you're swinging at good pitches and taking the bad pitches. Try to put it in play as hard as you can, but you can't guide it once you make contact.
And in fairness, too, they didn't exactly face, Warren Spahn in the Rocky series. They've been trying to piece together a rotation. And the pitching definitely upgraded here in this series. And what the Dodgers have thrown at the Diamondbacks versus what the Rockies had. 2-2 to Hanley Ramirez, hitless last night. That snapped his 19-game hitting streak. He went 3 for 5 in the series opener Monday night, but the streak ended last night at 19 games. He fly out to center his first time up.
Speaking of the Rockies, they just took a 1-0 lead in the top of the second over the San Diego Padres in San Diego. The Giants dropped another one to the Mets today, 7-2 the final. They've lost 4 in a row. Matt Cain knocked out in the first inning today.
Ball 4 to Hanley. Tyler just, all right. So it's like that, huh? That's a pretty good pitch.
Give me the robots.
Easy, big fan. Here, have some Vegemite.
Well, see,
Can we make him a sandwich?
Shouldn't be a base runner right now. It changes the entire complexion of the game. A simple thing like missing a ball strike call can swing an entire game. And we have the technology to make sure we never miss a ball strike call again.
A.J. Ellis.
So there.
Rung up on strikes to open the second. You mentioned that Matt Cain didn't survive the first inning against the Mets. Zach Wheeler, the former Giant prospect who traded for Carlos Beltran a couple of years ago, looked great against his former team. 7 innings of 3-hit ball. Now the Giants are 7 games back. Diamondbacks 2.5 ahead of the Dodgers, 4.5 over the Rockies, 6.5 ahead of San Diego, and 7 games in front of San Francisco. So it's not just about Matt Harvey for the Mets. They have Zach Wheeler and some other guys they're excited about. Center field, A.J. Pollock. He froze initially. Broke in late, it lands in front. That was hit right at him. And I'm always told, Bob, those are the hardest ones.
Toughest ones to gauge how hard their hit is. They're going to carry all the way out to you in center field. Do you have to charge the ball? Man, AJ actually does the right thing. If there's any doubt in your mind, you have to freeze. You do not want that ball to get over your head. By the time he gets a read on it, he realizes he has to play it on a hop, and the Dodgers have a couple guys on here leading off the 4th.
So A.J. Ellis extends his hit streak. It's now up to 9 games. And with nobody out, they have Ramirez at second, Ellis at first, and Andre Ethier the hitter. And Ethier at his first at bat extended his hit streak to 9 games. He's been hot lately. 60 pitches now for Tyler Skaggs, 41 for strikes. He gets ahead 0-1.
Well, we showed you Yasiel Puig signing autographs right before his first at bat of this game. Andre Ethier has been a very popular Dodger here. Born in Phoenix, lives in Chandler now. A lot of friends and family out here to the ballpark the last 3 days.
Former ASU Sun Devil. He had 3 hits in Monday's series opener. 2 for 4 last night. He drives that one through Aaron Hill. Here comes Hanley Ramirez. Here's the throw from Gerardo Parra, and Hanley holds up at third. Don't go anywhere. That was hit hard to second, hard enough for Parra to come in and keep Ramirez at the third base bag. And now it's bases loaded, nobody out.
Now, Dodger third base coach Tim Wallach was waving him all the way, but Hanley Ramirez got a couple steps around the bag at third, remembered who was out in right field, and decided, I don't think so. Hits the brakes and goes back to the bag.
5th hit for the Dodgers. Once again, all singles. They have bases loaded, no outs for Scott Van Slyke. 7, 8, 9 due up. Hanley Ramirez, the runner at third, a little winded right now. A.J. Ellis, the catcher, at second. And Andre Ethier at first. Van Slyke singled his first time up. Last 13 games at the big league level, including 9 starts. Van Slyke hitting .188. He does have a pair of home runs over that span. He has occasional power.
Had a couple 20-homer seasons in the minor leagues. Takes a big cut, tries to get some lift on the ball. He hits a lot of top spin line drives when he doesn't catch it just right.
He's a big dude, 6'5", 250, 26 years old. He tried that spot up and away and didn't get the call. It's 2-1. Drives that one in the air to right. Gerardo Parra in front of the wall out there. Hanley Ramirez will tag, and he will score. Ellis to third. It's a 2-1 ball game. RBI for Scott Van Slyke. So now with 1 out, A.J. Ellis at third. Andre Ethier stays put at first. And here's Nick Punto. Punto, a switch hitter. He's 100 points better from the right side. 328 as a right-hand batter. 228 hitting left-handed.
I think even more so than normal, you're going to see Punto try to hit that ball to the right side. Always tougher to turn that double play from the right side of the infield. And once again, the big hole on the right side.
You've got Goldie holding Ethier at first, right on the bag there, and you can see that huge gap between Goldschmidt and Aaron Hill at second. 1-0. Does it feel like Tyler's nibbling?
A little bit, some solid contact in the game against Tyler Skaggs. I think now he's trying to miss bats instead of pitch to early contact. Let his defense work behind it.
Well, he's getting into it here. 2-0. Dodger blue mixed among the Sedona red at Chase Field.
A squeeze always a possibility, especially when you get into a count where you're almost forced to throw a strike.
2-1.
Punto taking all the way that time. Yeah, generally, if you jump ahead strike one to the hitter, it takes the squeeze out of the equation, because there's a risk of a pitch out if you think the opposing team might try to squeeze. But when you fall behind in the count and you're forced to throw something over the plate, that's when it becomes a little bit easier to pull off that squeeze play. And these pickoff throws to first, I don't think, are really designed to attempt to pick off Andre Ethier. They want to see if Punto will tip something off at home plate. Maybe Ellis down at third base will break a little bit early on that pickoff attempt. Just see if the Dodgers will tip their hand.
Just upstairs, it's 3-1. Hyunjin Ryu is on deck. Don Mattingly from the dugout. Wallach at third. Punto at the plate. Popped him up first base side. Paul Goldschmidt over near the Dodger dugout, but that's out of play, and it's 3-2. Would you try and get him to chase a bad pitch here, Bob, even though it's 3-2, and even if you lose him, you have the bases loaded, put the pitcher up?
Well, and I think Ethier's going to be on the move over there at first base on top of it. Yeah, that's where you try to strike a guy out, maybe get to strike him out, throw him out double play to end the inning.
Ellis at third, Ethier at first. A run in.
Should be a pick at first base here. Ethier does not have much of a lead over there. We talked about it the other day. If you're running on a 3-2 count with less than 2 outs in the inning, you have to play it like a hit and run. You've got to be very cautious and really make sure that pitcher delivers the ball to home, or at least starts to deliver the ball to home before you break for second.
Ethier bluffs at first, and he pops him up. Very shallow right. Parra coming in. Hill going out. Gerardo Parra's there. A.J. Ellis bluffs at third, and Parra fires it into Goldie. That's a big out right there.
Pitcher, Hyunjin Ryu.
Well, hopefully Will Nieves is out there reminding Tyler Skaggs, hey, listen, you're not out of the woods yet. Let's go. Give me your best pitches right here. This guy can swing the bat a little bit. Let's go get him.
Tyler Skaggs, 6'5", 215, 21 years old. He'll turn 22 coming up in 3 days. Making his 5th start this season. Here's Ryu. Tap back to the mound his first time. He's 0 for 1. Gets ahead 0-1. This is the location that we've been looking at, Bob, and that time he got the call. Broken bat right to Aaron Hill, and they strand 2. But the Dodgers get a run. It's a 2-1 ball game as we head to the home half of the 4th. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Coming up, Martin Prado, Will Nieves, and Gerardo Parra. Diamondbacks lead at 2-1. Ram Trucks, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And by Gila River, another proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's a gorgeous night. That's a live picture in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. Diamondbacks lead the Dodgers 2-1. We had some dust storm warnings headed this way, but all clear right now. Looks gorgeous. Scoreboard looks good too. 2-1 Arizona. And another good crowd here at Chase Field. Finale of a 3-game set with the Dodgers. Milwaukee Brewers are in here for 4, and then it's the All-Star break. So fans, good seats still available. Go to dbacks.com/tickets and join us at Chase Field for 4 against Ryan Braun and the Brew Crew. And I guess watch them play while you can. Hyun-Jin Ryu.
Milwaukee dropped a 6-2 decision to the Cincinnati Reds today. Mike Leake with another outstanding performance for Cincinnati.
Don't forget, that series starts tomorrow. For any of those Diamondback Brewer games, you get a D-backs value pack, a free 6-inch Subway sandwich, $21, get you a lower level bleacher ticket, a Pepsi, a cookie, and a Subway sub. Great deal, so call now, 602-462-4600, or log on to dbacks.com/value, and we'll see you here over the weekend against Milwaukee. Martin Prado leads off the Diamondbacks' 4th against Hyun-Jin Ryu. Prado walked his first time. Ryu only 1 win in his last 6 starts. That one is rolled to short and by Hanley Ramirez, and Prado's aboard. On base for the 2nd time tonight. Little stutter step there. Thought about going to second, but the Dodgers get it back in the infield in time. Leadoff man aboard for the D-backs. They are the anti-Dodgers, Bob. That's their 3rd hit tonight, but their 1st single.
We really waited on that off-speed delivery. Guides it back up the middle of the field.
Last 6 starts, Ryu, 41 hits in 40 innings. But he's pitched to a 2.70 ERA over that span. Hasn't got a ton of run support. He's behind here, 2-1. Will Nieves grounded to second his first time up. 12 games as the starting catcher this year. Will has hit .396 with 8 RBIs. Got some batting cages here at Chase Field for the youngsters, and this is not to go up there and take some wiffle ball hacks. This is major league big time instruction right here. And a clinic going on at the ballpark right now.
Coach Sean Payton putting them through the drills out there, letting them know what they need to work on when they get their chance to get up there and swing that bat. Along with Jim Carruthers, Sean Payton, they do a great job out there.
And it's great to see all the kids get them going on baseball early.
His body weight's on his back leg. All right. Notice how his weight's on his back leg. That's your load foot.
Surprised we haven't had some softball teams come up there. Some beer league guys up there looking for an edge. Nieves goes out and gets it, knocks it down the line. That's out of play. Since May 13th, Will Nieves is batting .452. And when he's been in there, he's been a constant offensive presence. Straight up in the air over home plate, A.J. Ellis there. 1 away. Arnold Parra grounded out his first time.
A little bit of a mistake there on the part of Will Nieves in frustration. He popped that ball up and he thought it was in foul territory behind home plate. He turned around, started walking back to the dugout, but as that ball worked its way back toward fair territory, he had thoughts about running down that first baseline, but it was too late at that point.
Gerardo Parra is 7th in the National League in hits, just behind Paul Goldschmidt. He's over 1 so far, 292 on the year. 26 doubles, tied for 2nd in the National League, only 1 behind the Cardinals' Matt Carpenter.
You see this ball pop straight up the chute. Ellis runs out into fair territory because the ball always comes back toward the field of play because of the rotation on that pop-up. And Kirk Gibson doesn't take long.
Well, he doesn't miss a trick, does he? All goes in that little notebook he's got. The good and the bad. 0-1.
I mean, you bring up a good point, Gibby, and a lot of other managers in baseball point out when guys do things well, too. You know, it's easy just to beat up on them every time they make a mistake and point out all the things they're doing wrong. But, boy, it's great positive reinforcement when you do something well to have a coach or a manager pat you on the back and say, nice job.
And we've talked about that, Bob. Gibby's not a big meeting guy, but he's very proactive. He will initiate conversations. He's a very one-on-one kind of guy. And I imagine that's got to play pretty well in the clubhouse.
Well, we talked about it earlier in the season. Nobody likes to go to the manager's office. You know, I did the same thing most managers do. In your first meeting of the year, you tell the guys, hey, my door's always open. If something's on your mind, you want to ask a question, you're upset about something, my door's always open. And rarely will players take advantage of that.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's the principal's office. You know, it goes all the way back to elementary school. You don't want to get called to the principal's office, so they'll vent to coaches or they'll vent to teammates. Or in the case of Gibby and a lot of other managers, they do it on the field.
Mark Ellis. Prado tries to go around him. And they get the force on Prado. And Parr is aboarded first.
Yeah, hung up that play just long enough that Parr was able to beat out that fielder's choice at first base rather than an inning-ending double play. Martin doesn't want to run into that tag out. Ellis gave him enough room on the backside to sneak around him. Ellis can't run him down. All he can do is throw on to second base for the force out.
So with 2 outs, Parr is aboarded first. Here's Cliff Pennington. Cliff grounded to third his first time up. 229 on the year, but Cliff has hit 288 since May 27th. He's hit safely in his last 4 games. That batting average has been coming up step by step, month by month. And do you think this is something we'll see more of, Bob, with Pennington at short, Didi on the bench against a good lefty?
I think, yeah, depending on the left-hander. If Gibby thinks it's a good matchup for Didi, if the guy's not overpowering with his fastball or maybe makes a lot of mistakes in the middle of the plate, then Didi will get some starts against lefties.
Yasiel Puig ends it. We're through 4. It's 2-1 Diamondbacks, and we'll find out what that's all about when we come back. The snake is working its way around Chase Field.
snake making its way along the upper concourse. We are high up here. Jody Jackson alongside Michael Baker. Michael, you're the head of the snake, apparently. Love the sign. You guys were out here last year. Tell me a little bit about your group.
Yeah, you know, our goal is just to make it all the way across, hoping for a 15-inning game. We want to make it.
15-inning game, guys. Did you hear that? All right, we're still moving here. Tell me the rules of the snake.
Okay, so it's pretty complex. When the pitcher throws the ball to home plate, we move a seat left.
That's easy enough.
Yeah, it's pretty, it's not rocket science, but we try our best, you know.
And you want to get hashtag #DBackSnake trending. That's a goal for you, right?
Hashtag #DBackSnake. That's the goal. That's what we want. Yeah.
You guys are from Highlands Church in North Scottsdale, right?
Yes, Highlands Church. It's at Pima and Pinnacle Peak in Scottsdale, yeah.
The ground ball. And okay, we're still moving the snake here right now, guys. All right, thanks a lot. We're going to send it back to you. They're going to keep moving, and I don't know if we all echo the 15-inning sentiment, but thanks, Michael.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Well, Jody, I can tell you that on the July 4th game we played at Citi Field, there were 488 pitches between the two sides, so they might make it around twice at that rate. They rule that a hit for Mark Ellis. It's only fair. He had a home run robbed by Cody Ross and then a double robbed by A.J. Pollock, so Tyler Skaggs made a nice effort, but he's 6'5", couldn't get down all the way and pick it up. So Ellis is aboard with what the score has said is the Dodgers' 6th hit tonight, all singles, and here is Yasiel Puig.
In about 750 foot of line drives, had nothing to show for it. Pops one down the first baseline and gets a base hit. What a game!
It's an amazing game, isn't it? He hit one over the fence and left that Cody Ross robbed him of a home run on. That was in the first inning. And then in the third, he drove one to the gap in left center, on which A.J. Pollock was parallel to the ground in midair and made one of the catches of the year so far. And so Mark Ellis, hey, what do you want from me? They owed me that one. Yasiel Puig, Bob, has struck out twice so far.
Pitched him really well. Stayed out of the middle of the plate. He's elevated some fastballs. He's used that changeup effectively down low out of the zone.
He has hit safely in 12 of his last 13 games, batting .389 over that stretch. And Mark McGwire, the Dodgers hitting coach, has talked about Puig, and he says one of the reasons he's been such a good hitter is his bat is always in the zone. McGwire says Puig's plate coverage is incredible, something you rarely see from a young guy. And McGwire said what he really loves about Puig, Bog, is that Puig holds the bat in his fingertips. And he says he's able to hit with pure strength and quickness.
That's a luxury that guys with big hands have at the major league level, at any level for that matter.
Hands in the bat is in the fingertips of the hands, he says.
Some guys have a tendency to really bury the handle of the bat down in the palm. That's why you see so many guys getting those bone bruises on their thumbs.
Drives that one to left. It's down in front of Cody Ross. Ellis will hold at second. Pair of singles for the Dodgers to lead off the 5th against Tyler Skaggs. Puig now 1 for 3.
Styling and profiling on a single into left field.
Not a fan?
No. Hit the ball and run.
Adrian Gonzalez 1 for 2, singled in the first. Mark Ellis at second. Yasiel Puig at first. Gonzalez 4 RBIs in the series so far. 1 for 4 last night, drove in 3. Chop, that's a fair ball. Goldie will take it himself. Everyone moves up 90 feet. And that's the first out.
Yeah, the reason I'm not a fan of guys posing on a single to left field with the runner at first, now granted, where's he going to go? He's got a runner in front of him. But we saw Ellis go hard from first to second, took a big aggressive turn around the bag at second. If Cody Ross gets jumpy out there in left field, bobbles the ball briefly, Ellis was going to continue on to third base. At that point, Puig figures, well, I better get to second base, but because he took so long to get started out of the batter's box, he becomes susceptible to getting thrown out at second.
Hanley Ramirez. Let's check out Yasiel Puig here.
Well, I've seen guys hit home runs that didn't pose on him this long.
That's a bat flip on a single to left.
And a jog down the first baseline. Man, if I could run like he could, I would run fast all the time.
Bryce Harper.
Yeah, thank you.
Hanley walked and scored his last time up. He's 0 for 1. Drives that one to center. A.J. Pollock throws, now backing up at the track, looking up, it's off the base of the wall. Ellis will score. Here comes Puig, they wave him in. 2-run score. And Hanley Ramirez makes it a 3-2 Dodger lead. Three hits in the inning against Tyler Skaggs.
Well, the Ellis hit just a little chopper down that first baseline that he legged out for an infield hit. But the next two hits, the one to Puig and this one by Ramirez, to a couple of exaggerated free swingers, just caught too much strike zone.
Dodgers have now out-hit the Diamondbacks 8-3. That was only their third hit in this series. That was not a single. Charles Nagy.
This kind of seems to run in cycles for Tyler Skaggs. We talked about him in the fourth inning of maybe nibbling a little bit too much, not being aggressive in the strike zone or around the edges of the zone. This inning, he's made some mistakes in the middle of the plate to some aggressive free swingers.
Well, the leadoff man was up to start off the fifth at Mark Ellis, so this is literally the third time through the order, Bob. That have anything to do with it?
It certainly could. I mean, ideally, Will Nieves and Charlie Nagy over there in the dugout are monitoring how they were pitched the first two times through the batting order, and you try not to repeat anything you did the first two times.
A.J. Ellis, 1 for 2, singled his last time. And the Ramirez, the runner at second, with 1 away. A.J. Ellis 3 for 11 in the series so far. He's got a 9-game hit streak. Well, they may want to go over what was said at the mound meeting again. Uribe and Yasiel Puig. It was Uribe that had to get on Puig about talking to the media. They had a conversation that was reportedly very heated, and Uribe had to get all over him and said, look, this is part of the deal, man. You got to be a little better with this kind of stuff.
Well, and Kirk Gibson was talking about Puig before the game today, and basically said, hey, he's a young kid. He's only been in this country for a little while. He's only played this game for a little while. He's got a lot to learn, and he's a great player, and hopefully he'll have some guys over there that kind of point him in the right direction, and Uribe seems to be that guy.
1-0 to A.J. Ellis. Skaggs has fallen behind here, 2-0. Interesting article by Bill Plaschke in today's LA Times about Tim Bravo. Tim Bravo was a 51-year-old school teacher, originally signed to be Puig's English tutor. He has since become Puig's constant companion, assigned by the ball club. Bravo lives with Puig, drives with him in his Rolls Royce, hangs out with him, stands in the dugout tunnel during the game. His job is to essentially, as Bill Plaschke wrote, get Puig through the day. Make sure he doesn't drive too fast. Make sure he knows how to use his ATM card. Keep the autograph seekers under control. He is actually the second life tutor the Dodgers have assigned to Puig this year. The first was a former pitcher who got too frustrated with Puig and quit after a month. That's in the LA Times today. Interesting article by Bill Plaschke about what the Dodgers have done to help Yasiel Puig, 22 years old from Cienfuegos, Cuba. He's sort of getting used to not only the United States, but his position here in this country. And he's got everybody coming at him now from all angles. 3-1 to A.J. Ellis. Gets away from Nieves. Hanley takes off for third. And he's going to get in there safely. Ellis aboard on ball 4. Ramirez moves up 90 feet. Second walk for Tyler Skaggs. It was in the dirt. That's ruled a wild pitch that sends Ramirez to third.
You saw Will Nieves step out in front of home plate right there with runners at first and third, one out in the inning, just alerting the Diamondbacks infielders as to where he's going to throw the ball. Should Ellis break for second base? Highly unlikely, but if Ellis does break for second base, the infielders have to know whether to cover second base. Do you cover third base? Is he going to hold the ball? Everybody needs to know where that ball is going to go on a stolen base attempt.
Andre Ethier 2 for 2 with a pair of singles. And he's hit in 9 straight.
Because if you're throwing the ball to third base in an attempt to pick off Hanley Ramirez and conceding the guy going from first to second, then you want your middle infielders to hold their position. Don't break for the bag at second. Don't open another hole in the defense. If you're going to throw to second base, you want your third baseman to hold his ground. And I've seen it happen in the minor leagues in a similar situation to this. The runner breaks for second base. Both middle infielders go to second base. The third baseman goes to third base. In effect, you have no defenders on the infield. So at least by narrowing it down, letting them know where you want to throw the ball should that guy break, the other guys can hold their position.
This is there. It's 3-0. Bases loaded. Back-to-back walks issued by Tyler Skaggs here in the 5th. And Kirk Gibson wants Will Harris. So Tyler Skaggs, 91 pitches, 58 for strikes. Trails 3-2. He's responsible for 3 base runners with 1 away here in the 5th. And here comes Will Harris. Pitching change at Chase Field. We'll take a break. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. By Mazda. We believe if it's not worth driving, it's not worth building. And by Jack in the Box. Go big at a Jack in the Box near you with Jack's new Big Stack Burger. 3 base hits and 2 walks in this inning against Tyler Skaggs. He leads with 1 out and the bases loaded, trailing 3-2. And the new pitcher for the Diamondbacks is Will Harris, who inherits a 1-out mess here, bases full. He worked 1 inning in Monday's series opener against the Dodgers. He allowed 3 straight singles to lead off the 9th. Gonzalez, Ramirez, and Ethier. Then got a ground ball and a couple of strikeouts. He's facing Scott Van Slyke here with the bases full and 1 out. Van Slyke a single in the 2nd and an RBI sac fly in the 4th. Ramirez at 3rd, Ellis at 2nd, Ethier at 1st. Will Harris has been scored on just twice in his last 20 appearances. He's worked 17 2/3 over that span, given up 14 hits and 22 strikeouts. He's fallen behind 3-0. Hanley at 3rd, the catcher Ellis at 2nd, Ethier at 1st. There's a strike, 3-1. Bob, Will Harris is a guy that can get strikeouts. I imagine that's what you're looking for right here with the bases full.
Be a great time for one right here, strikeout or an infield pop-up.
Something that's an unproductive out. Come on back, Scott. We got one more. You all right?
Yeah.
3-2. Roll to short. Pennington. Hill. Can they turn it? Will Harris rolls a 6-4-3. And the Diamondbacks get out of a bases loaded 1-out jam. Will Harris gets the double play ball the Diamondbacks needed, and he keeps it a 3-2 ball game.
To join Mallory and Danielle as the next Fox Sports Arizona girl. Log on to girls.foxsportsarizona.com to upload your photos and submit your video for a chance to be the next Fox Sports Arizona girl.
Well, Will Harris, the pride of Slidell, Louisiana, got a huge ground ball there to get a double play and leave the bases loaded. And And now with the pitcher spot due up first and all lefties on the bench, it will be Adam Eaton who will hit for the pitcher here to lead off the Diamondbacks' fifth. Saw Adam make his season debut last night after the elbow injury. He was 0 for 4 with a strikeout. And you've got Gregorius, Eaton, Chavez, Kubel, and Montero, Bob, all lefties on the bench. So this makes as much sense as anything, a leadoff type guy to lead off the inning. Roll to short, Hanley.
Center fielder, A.J. Pollock.
A.J. Pollock struck out looking and tripled and scored in the third. He's 1 for 2. A.J. 23 doubles this season, tied for 8th in the National League. He had his second triple this year, his last time up. Both triples coming in his last 11 games. A.J. in his previous 10 hitting .296, 4 doubles and a home run. A.J. has started 22 games in the leadoff spot this year. He's hit .270, 16 runs scored in those 22 games, batting at the top of the order. He scored another run tonight. And he's ahead 3-1. Bullpen fairly well rested after the weekend off. Brad Ziegler is up and throwing. Glenn Sherlock looking on, the bullpen coach. Diamondbacks took a 1-0 lead in the first. Aaron Hill, a solo shot, his 4th of the year. They added another run in the third. Pollock tripled, came in on a Hill sacrifice fly. Aaron has both Diamondback RBIs tonight. Dodgers got 1 in the 4th and 2 in the 5th. Sac fly by Van Slyke. And 3 hits in the inning against Tyler Skaggs, and there's A.J. Pollock. He's 2 for 3. Diamondbacks have a 1-out base runner. Boy, Bob, when A.J. hits, the hits just come in bunches.
Sometimes you just feel it a little more than other times. And A.J. right now, he's feeling it a little bit. Stayed back just enough to get on that changeup and line it into left field just in front of Van Slyke out there.
Aaron Hill. Aaron has hit the ball well twice tonight. A home run in the first. Hit it to almost the same spot in the third. This time it stayed in the yard for a sacrifice fly. 7 for 20 in the homestand so far with 6 runs scored.
Well, if Ryu has a good pickoff move at first, we haven't seen it yet.
Well,
I mean, he's thrown over there several times in the 3 starts that we've seen him, but hasn't really shown a great pickoff move. Doesn't really need much of one. He's very quick to home plate.
I mentioned before that pitching is the only thing Ryu does left-handed. He does everything else right-handed except pitch. Eats rights, plays ping pong, bats right-handed, but he throws lefty. There's that pad on top of Aaron Hill's left hand. We've taken note of that. It seems to be getting bigger as the series wears on. There's a bigger version all the time. To protect that non-union fracture on which he may have to have surgery after the season. They'll take another look at it once the season ends and make a decision then. This is Aaron Hill back in the first. Went down and got it. That's his 4th of the year, his 14th RBI. He added RBI number 15 in the third. Stops at second. Lifted that one over the glove of Hanley at short. And Aaron Hill is 2 for 2.
Sometimes you square them up. Sometimes you just have to muscle them up. That time that ball got in on the handle of Aaron Hill's bat just a little bit, but strong enough to get it over the head of Hanley Ramirez for a clean single into left.
And this is the chance the Diamondbacks have been looking for. 2 on, 1 out, and here comes Goldie. 2 base hits in the inning for Arizona. Ryu at 80 pitches, 53 for strikes. Goldie has walked and grounded out 0 for 1. He's hit in 6 straight games and 8 of his last 9. Pollock at second, Hill at first. Now, if I'm Goldie here, Bob, am I looking for something in particular?
Yeah, Goldie always just looks for strikes. He doesn't predetermine. He doesn't set his mind, I'm going to hit a fastball, I'm going to hit a breaking ball, I'm going to hit a changeup. He just tries to find a strike, whatever it is, and hit it hard somewhere. Back-to-back changeups to start the sequence from Ryu.
.405 hitter this year with runners in scoring position. Base hit. That one gets down in the gap in right center field. A.J. Pollock will score. Here comes Aaron Hill. He will take the turn. Here's the relay, and he's in there. 4-3 Diamondbacks. 2 more RBIs for the National League leader. That's 76, and the D-backs take the lead.
A great approach. The Dodgers go down and away from Goldie. We've seen so many teams try to do that in the second part of the first half of the season, but yeah, this is the nullifier right here. That was actually a good pitch from Ryu at the knees, outside corner, and Goldie just crushed it to that gap in right center. I'll tell you one thing, Don Mattingly is notoriously slow pulling the trigger to get his bullpen going. Back-to-back-to-back base hits to start the bottom of the 5th here, and nobody moving around. Well, finally they're going to get going out there.
We've seen this, Bob, a number of times where you have to go out there and stall, and guys in the bullpen are literally scrambling like a fire drill out there to hurry up, get loose, and get in there. Ryu at 83 pitches, 55 for strikes, 1 away, and Goldie on second for Cody Ross. Trip Gibson out to the mound to break up the meeting with Ellis and Ryu. Paul Goldschmidt is 22nd double, RBIs numbers 75 and 76. Here's Cody, who's 0 for 2, struck out his last time up. J.P. Howell. Tyler Skaggs off the hook.
That seems kind of odd, too, when you think about it. The Diamondbacks have one left-handed hitter in the lineup.
I was just going to ask you about that, because if you bring in the righty, then you give Gibby the opportunity to empty his bench and start crossing guys off the list. On the bench for the Diamondbacks, all left-handers: Gregorius, Chavez, Kubel, Montero. They've already used Eaton. A very right-hand heavy lineup against Ryu in there to start. 1-1 to Cody Ross. Boy, he has lived up there, Bob, all night long, up and away. Fastballs, breaking balls, changeups.
Well, that's supposedly Ryu's forte, his ability to hit spots, and if you have a weakness in your swing, he just goes right at it. Looks like they want to go upstairs again. It all gets back to, you got to crunch those numbers and ask yourself, which matchups do I like better? Do I like a left-handed pitcher, J.P. Howell, on some of these right-handed hitters that are in the lineup? Or do I like a right-handed reliever, knowing I'm probably going to get some left-handed pinch hitters?
Missed inside there. It's full 3-2. Martin Prado on deck. Adam Eaton grounded out to open the inning. Singles by Pollock and Hill, followed by the Goldschmidt double to make it 4-3 Diamondbacks. Dodger fan, push him in the pool. There you go. That's nice. Wear it, buddy. All right. Some NL West horseplay out by the pool. Another 3-2 to Cody Ross. Rolled up the middle. Hanley Ramirez makes a nice play on it, and they get Cody at first. Goldie up to third. Little range there from El Nino.
Boy, very close play at first. Cody was really getting down that first baseline, sniffing a possible infield hit. Just does get him at first base.
So now with 2 outs and a runner at third, RBI chance for Martin Prado. Prado has been on base twice tonight. He walked in the first, singled in the fourth. Goldie the runner at third, 2 down. Prado 3 for 9 in the series so far, at .254 on the year. Couple of quick strikes from Ryu. He's ahead 0-2. Boy, he was determined to jump ahead in this at bat. Base hit. 5-3 Diamondbacks. Martin Prado on base for the third time tonight. And it's a 3-run Arizona fifth.
A nice quick swing that time by Prado after taking 2 fastballs right down the middle of the plate to fall behind 0-2. He rips the next fastball into left field. And sometimes when you take a fastball right down the middle of the plate and don't even offer at it, a pitcher and catcher will think he must be looking for a breaking ball. He must be looking for something other than a fastball. They tried to come back in there one more time, and Prado was all over it.
A 2-run double by Goldschmidt. RBI single by Prado. 3 runs in. It's 5-3 D-backs. And here's Will Nieves. Welcome to Paradise. I see what you did there. Ronald Parra on deck. Nieves 0 for 2. He has grounded out and popped up. That's a big hit right there. Big hit. Just nice 2-out single to guy on third. That's a difference maker. We had the Beat LA chant going here earlier in the inning. Diamondback fans enjoying this. Pollock singled, Hill singled, Goldie doubled, and Prado singled. Bounce that one, and Prado moves up to second. Not sure A.J. Ellis knew where that was for a moment.
That ball hits a good 6 feet out in front of home plate right there.
Went right underneath his arm. Watch this. Trip Gibson did a pretty good job of getting out of the way there. So it's 2-2. Prado on second now. Zooming in. A lot of off-speed stuff on this at bat to Nieves. Will Nieves, originally a 47th round draft pick by the Padres in '95. There's Prado aboard at second. Bounced another one, and it's full 3-2. Gerardo Parra on deck. Pitch number 100 coming up. And a 33-pitch fifth for Hyunjin Ryu. Bounce to short. Ramirez's throw is in the dirt. Nice scoop by Gonzalez. They strand the runner at second, but the Diamondbacks get 3 in the 5th. Paul Goldschmidt, an RBI double, Prado RBI single. It's 5-3 Diamondbacks. Set for the 6th inning at Chase Field. And welcome back, Diamondbacks and Dodgers. Fun times at the Ram Trucks Pool. Great place to watch a game. Just pushed a Dodger fan in there. Obviously doing right out there. That's what we like to see. Great area to spend the ball game in. There's a guy in the Dodger hat. Yeah, that's it. There you go. Brad Ziegler worked 1 inning in Tuesday's game, a 1-2-3-8. Brad got his first save of the season when he worked that 15th inning at Citi Field last Thursday against the Mets in the road trip finale. He's on for the 48th time already this year. And he will face Nick Punto, the pitcher's spot, and Mark Ellis, 8-9-1 here in the LA 6th. And Punto, the switch hitter, who had batted right-handed, of course, against Tyler Skaggs, now bats from the left-hand side for the first time, and he is 100 points better from the other side. So advantage Diamondbacks right here. Diamondback bullpen has already been tremendous. Will Harris came in, bases loaded, 1 out in the last inning, and got a 6-4-3 double play ball to get out of a huge jam. And that becomes an even bigger outing for Will when you consider what the Diamondbacks, Bob, then did in the home half of the 5th.
Yeah, and that was really good to see offensively. This Dodger team has kind of boxed the D-backs around a little bit in this series, and when they scored 2 in the top of the 5th, the Diamondbacks came right back with 3 of their own in the bottom of the inning.
Lifted to center, A.J. Pollock coming in. 1-1. In fact, let's make that double play ball. Forced by Will Harris. Our Chaz Roberts air conditioning. Cool play of the game. Bases loaded, 1 out.
Not an easy double play. Slowly hit ball to Pennington at short, but he got rid of it quickly to Aaron Hill. Nice turn at second base. That was a big one.
And now pinch hitting for the pitcher will be Carl Crawford. Crawford not the starting lineup against the left-handed Skaggs tonight. Joe's bunt, pulls back and takes a strike, 0-1. Crawford scored twice last night, single and a walk. He was 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts in Monday night's opener. And he is just 1 for 20 since coming off the DL. Crawford missed 30 games with a hamstring injury. He has not hit well away from Dodger Stadium this year. His average for the season at home is .347. On the road, .213. And that's with very similar numbers of at-bats. So a big difference with equal sample sizes.
And with Skip Schumacher serving his 2-game suspension for his part in that brawl back at Dodger Stadium, this is the only left-handed bat available to Don Mattingly off the bench tonight, using him here in the top half of the 6th inning.
Hard to first. Goldie's there. 2 quick outs for Brad Ziegler. Yeah, they have Juan Uribe, Jerry Hairston Jr., and the backup catcher Tim Fedorovich on the bench now, all right-hand hitters.
How about this one, partner?
What do you got?
That was the 99th time this season that Paul Goldschmidt has picked up a ground ball and taken it himself to first base. The next closest first baseman in the major leagues is Adam LaRoche of the Washington Nationals with 63.
We've talked about how quick he is. And it's another reason why he's got, 8 stolen bases this year and only been caught once. He's a big dude down there, Goldie. And he's not fast per se, but he is quick.
I just like the fact that it avoids possible mistakes. Why risk a toss to a pitcher who's running over from the mound? He's trying to stay inside the baseline. He's trying to find the bag at the same time he takes the throw from the first baseman. Too many things can go wrong there. Why not just take it yourself if you have time? Not only avoid mistakes, but avoid the possibility of a mistake. You see Paul got a little patch there on the palm of his left hand. Can't say this for a fact, but usually when you see a Band-Aid in that particular area, for a right-handed hitter, it's because he's taken a lot of extra batting practice and developed a blister right there from the knob of the bat, rubbing on that part of his hand.
Knowing Goldie, I am quite sure that's exactly what that is. That one is right by Goldschmidt. It gets up the line, and Ellis is aboard with a 2-out single. That's the 9th Dodger hit.
Well, Mark Ellis could very easily be 4 for 4 on the night tonight.
Absolutely. And here we go again with these singles, Bob. They got 9 hits, 8 singles.
Well, as long as they're not bunching them together.
Here's Puig. Struck out in the first, struck out in the third, singled and scored in the 5th. did you make of Ian Kennedy's comments when he told reporters that Puig plays with a lot of arrogance? Certainly a good player, but he sees that arrogance a little more against the Diamondbacks than perhaps was there in the series against other teams.
Well, I don't think Ian is alone in his observations. I think that's the reputation that Puig is developing around the National League. I mean, occasionally you can mistake enthusiasm for arrogance. And there's no mistaking his enthusiasm for this game, and when he's rubbing your nose in it the way he has a tendency to do, he can rub guys the wrong way, no question about it.
Drives that one to center, right at A.J. Pollock, and that's the inning. Brad Ziegler strands the 2-out single. Will go to the home half of the sixth. Diamondbacks lead the Dodgers 5-3. Express, brought to you by Cox Communications and Fry's Food Stores, is headed to Chase Field for a game August 11th, and you need to get on board. So stop by this month's participating Cox retail store in Tucson, and you can enter to win 2 seats on the Fan Express bus. Round-trip transportation to and from Chase Field. Diamondbacks game, Sedona Red, the whole thing. So log on to FoxSportsArizona.com, and you can get on the bus, Gus. Set for the home half of the sixth. New pitcher for the Dodgers is the left-hander J.P. Howell. Don Mattingly double switching. Howell on the mound, and now Carl Crawford is out there in left replacing Scott Van Slyke. He will hit in the 9 spot. Parra, Pennington the pitcher spot, 7, 8, 9 here in the Diamondbacks 6. They lead it 5-3. So J.P. Howell worked an inning last night. Gave up a hit, had a strikeout. David Hernandez throwing for the Diamondbacks. Pitcher spot due up third in this inning. Howell worked the 8th last night. Got Didi to line out. Gave up a pinch hit double to Cody Ross. Then got a strikeout of Eaton. And a ground ball by Parra. And now he faces Parra to lead off the 6th. One away. Cliff Pennington 0 for 2. He's grounded out and flied out.
With that 7-2 victory over the Giants today in San Francisco, the Mets swept that series. First time they've swept the Giants in San Francisco since '94.
Yasiel Puig clanks, and it's off the heel of the glove, and Pennington will hold it first. Cliff Pennington drove it to the gap in right center. Yasiel Puig was there in time. It went off the leather. We'll see how they score it.
Nice piece of hitting. Got a pitch up and out over the plate. Stayed right on it. That's got to be an error, I would think. He fanned on that ball. Looked like it hit him in the leg after he missed it.
E9. That's an error on Yasiel Puig in right.
Third error of the season for Puig out there in right field.
So now the pitcher's spot is up. 1 out, 1 on. Jason Kubel steps in. Jason 3 for 13 as a pinch hitter this year with 1 RBI. He's at .251 on the season with 4 home runs. Kirk Gibson with all left-handers on the bench. Adam Eaton hit for the pitcher in the 5th, and now Kubel here in the 6th. That leaves Gregorius, Chavez, and Miguel Montero on the Diamondback bench. High hopper to Gonzalez at first. They'll get the force on Pennington at second, and they roll the double play. That ends the inning. Dodgers turn 2. We're through 6. Diamondbacks lead at 5-3. A chance to catch a game from the RamTrucks.com pool. Just look for specially marked packages of Pepsi 12-ounce cans for your chance to find the limited edition D-backs can. Pepsi, live for now. Hang with us at the pool at Chase Field. Cool off at air-conditioned comfort watching your first place Arizona Diamondbacks.
It's not always that loud out there in the pool.
David Hernandez worked the 9th of Tuesday's game against the Dodgers, a 1-2-3 inning, including a strikeout. Hernandez has not given up a base hit over his last 2 appearances, 2 strikeouts over that span. And that, of course, followed a stretch of 3 straight outings in which David allowed a run, including a rough day in Atlanta when he hit 2 batters, was charged with 4 earned runs in 1/3 of an inning. But the last couple of times out, Bob, he's looked very good. And he'll work to the heart of the order here. Adrian Gonzalez, Hanley Ramirez, and A.J. Ellis, 3, 4, and 5 in the LA 7th. Gonzalez 1 for 3, single back in the first. Adrian Gonzalez last week told reporters he is still a singles hitter. He said earlier this year, because of the shoulder operation in 2010, just not able to get that power back. Now he says he just tries to hit singles up the middle. 95 there from Hernandez. He jumps ahead 1-2. Gonzalez has said his full power is not the same as it used to be and won't be again because he's just not able to use the same swing he had before the shoulder operation. He's now, he says, got a more effective, flatter swing. He drives that one, though, and there's the power, and it's gone. Adrian Gonzalez's 14th home run. He can still hit him like that, and it's a 5-4 ball game.
What a liar. Singles hitter my foot.
He says he's got a flatter swing that generates line drives rather than an upward power stroke, and that was something of a line drive there.
Well, they wanted to elevate that fastball. Unfortunately, it ends up down and in, right in that happy zone for Gonzalez, and that flat swing you're talking about produces a line drive just over that right field wall.
Dodgers back within a run. Hanley Ramirez. Ramirez has flied out, walked and scored, had a 2-run double. Adrian Gonzalez hit at least 30 homers in 4 straight seasons in San Diego, including a 40 home run season. That one is lifted to right. Gerardo Parra on the run near the line, and he tracks it down.
Well, not to get too far ahead of ourselves here, but it's kind of interesting to see the bullpen shuffle going on here for the Diamondbacks. We've had some issues out there at the tail end of games. Saw Brad Ziegler in the 6th. We see David Hernandez here in the 7th. We assume it would be Heath Bell in the 9th if there's a save opportunity, but that leaves the 8th inning. Now you could extend David Hernandez possibly if you get him out of this inning without throwing too many more pitches. Well, we'll see how Gibby plays it.
A.J. Ellis drives that one to right. Parra on the run again. And he catches it in front of the Dodger bullpen. For more on the Diamondback bullpen, here's Jody Jackson. Jody.
Yeah, certainly it would still be Heath Bell right now as the closer in a safe situation, but Kirk Gibson was asked about it just because he said he was very pleased with the way that J.J. Putz has thrown lately. The velocity's been up 92, 93. He said his slider is particularly good right now, but he's still a work in progress. So again, it would be Bell tonight, guys.
So there you go.
That still leaves the 8th.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. GM. Are you thinking about a bullpen arm before July 31st?
I'd like to think that the bullpen is going to settle back in. They struggled early in the season. Fans will clearly remember that. And then they kind of settled into those roles until J.J. went down. Heath Bell struggled a little bit. David Hernandez struggled once again. If they would just settle in and kind of do what the front office envisions them doing in the second half of the season, I think the greater need is in the rotation.
And if you talk to people like Ken Rosenthal, who was here with us the other night, and other people who follow those types of things in both the local and national media, they'll all tell you that every contender out there is looking right now for bullpen help.
Yep.
So if you have a guy like that you're thinking of moving, you're going to have lots of offers. Hernandez gets the strike and jumps ahead 1-2 to Ethier. Ethier's been on base 3 times tonight, 2 singles and a walk. Matt Reynolds, still haven't heard definitively, right, what issue is with his elbow in terms of the rest of the year. They're still basically, they're in that shutdown mode with Matt, hoping to avoid surgery. And how big a loss was he? 19 straight scoreless appearances to start the year. I've seen Charles Brewer and Chaz Rowe and Joe Patterson and some other guys up as well. Here's the 2-2. Roll to Aaron Hill at second. And they get to the outfield grass. And that's the inning. But Adrian Gonzalez gets his 14th home run to close the lead. It's a 5-4 ball game. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Pollock, Hill, and Goldie, and Joe Borowski with us in the booth. Well, another couple of days anyway. Who will win the NL Final vote? Tweet your answer at Fox Sports Arizona. This is our own unofficial poll, and so far, despite the fact that Freddie Freeman is winning the actual vote, Yasiel Puig is a runaway winner here. And here to talk about that, as we take a look at Yasiel Puig in right field, is Joe Borowski. Joe, any more thoughts on Yasiel Puig? He certainly has been a polarizing figure as the series has worn on.
The one thing that I know is about him, there's no denying his talent. I like the way that Skaggs went against him in his first two at-bats. He elevated the ball. His second at-bat, he didn't elevate it as much, but he was also able to get a swing and a miss. So it's pretty much the first time where I think you're starting to see where you might be able to attack him in the future. You saw Kennedy try to do it yesterday, but I think he was a little bit too high when he was going up there. And then the last two times up, the changeup from Skaggs, he left it kind of over the plate and he was able to get the single, and then he put a good at-bat against Ziegler in that one. But Ziegler's a different type pitcher than most, being that he's a submarine pitcher.
Yeah, I was a little concerned about that Ziegler-Puig matchup, just because Ziegler, everything he throws is down, 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 and it seems to be that's Puig's happy zone.
And he hit it right on the nose. Yeah. He just happened to hit it right to Pollock.
Second night in a row, we've seen Howell out of the bullpen, followed by Belisario. He'll work to Pollock, Hill, and Goldie here in the Arizona 7th. Diamondbacks lead cut to 5-4 now on the Adrian Gonzalez home run against David Hernandez. And, David has been touch and go, Joe, and we've talked about how Heath Bell is now essentially the guy for the time being in the 9th. So who's your 8th inning guy right now?
They're going to have to find somebody. And the one thing is that being that the starter didn't go very long, and you see JJ getting loose right now, the starter doesn't go long. I'm looking maybe to extend some of those relievers so that now you're not down to one-inning guys going from the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. You maybe extend Harris out a little bit or Ziegler. Then maybe you can have Hernandez in that 8th spot.
I don't know. Brad, to me, doesn't seem like the kind of guy that you would want to go 2 innings, because he's, even when he pitches one, he's very limited pitch counts. It seems like if he goes more into even double figures, it wears on him a bit. How about Mark Ellis at second? Well, we've seen some good defense from the Dodgers at that second base spot, both by Ellis and Schumacher in this series.
Yeah, Ellis has taken a couple of base hits away tonight. This is the most recent one. That ball was smashed up the middle of the field by Pollock, having a real nice night at the plate. But Ellis with the backhand gathers himself. Strong throw on to Gonzalez just in time once again.
Joe, is JJ an option for you as the 8th inning guy?
Well, I think for the time being, till he gets everything back, coming off the DL, I don't think Gibby wants to throw him right in there, and just to get the confidence back, to get the feel for his pitches again. And don't be surprised if he does slide back into that ninth inning role.
And another thing to look at, the Dodgers will be at the bottom of their batting order. They have the pitcher spot, Nick Punto, and then Carl Crawford. Now, granted, Crawford's not your typical 9-hitter, but he is struggling mightily. If you're going to try to ease J.J. back in, this 8th inning coming up would appear to be the right time to do it.
Well, he had the blown save against the Mets, and then there were some very non-leverage situations, if you will. So he's kind of working his way up the ladder here if he were to pitch the 8th inning tonight.
And the thing is a lot of times the game, sometimes there's nothing else you can do. You're the last guy down there that's an option down there. And sometimes that's the best thing because you're not down there wondering, am I going to get in? And all of a sudden the phone rings and boom, you're in there. So then your adrenaline takes over. And now you're not thinking, well, is he going to put me in the 6th today to get some work or the 7th? Sometimes just throw him right in there. Don't let him think. And sometimes that'll kickstart you getting to feeling a little bit better out there.
I asked Bob, Joe, and I'll ask you, is this the kind of a thing where you can stand pat with the bullpen as it currently consists, or do you need to go out here with a trade deadline coming up in about 3 weeks and get a guy?
Tough question. You can never have enough depth in the bullpen.
Aaron Hill! Andre Ethier right to the 413 mark. You can't hit a ball any deeper in this ballpark and have it stay in the yard.
Aaron Hill's had a nice night at the plate, too, squaring the ball up just about every at-bat. Right there in front of the 413. Pull it just a little bit, and that ball gets out of here.
I mean, every team out there that has a chance at a wild card, and it makes the market even more active and larger because so many more teams have a shot at it now with the extra wild card. So anybody who might be moved at the deadline is going to have more offers.
And the one thing that KT is going to look at is, does he have enough confidence in the guys that he has right now that they can start becoming more consistent down there? Because there's no doubting that the talent that they have down there and the arms and the type of stuff that they possess. But we haven't seen that consistency that we were expecting from the start of the season.
Goldie a 2-run double his last time up. Drives that one right to Nick Punto at third. A 1-2-3 7th for Belisario. Joe, thanks for seeing the postgame show.
Definitely.
We head to the 8th. It's 5-4. Diamondbacks and Brewers Friday. 5,000 fans get a set of D-backs playing cards brought to you by Gila River Casinos. Saturday, 20,000 fans will get this D-backs beach towel. And then on Sunday, 5,000 kids will take home the back-to-school backpack courtesy of Cox Communications. So call for tickets. D-backs and Brewers all weekend long for 4, Thursday through Sunday, 602-462-4600. Or log on to dbacks.com/tickets. So far, we've seen Will Harris, Brad Ziegler, David Hernandez, and now with the 8th, it's J.J. Putz. He has made 3 appearances since a blown save against the Mets on July 1st. After that blown save at Citi Field, which was J.J.'s 5th of the year, Kurt Gibson said Putz came in and talked to the coaching staff. Said he was feeling just what the coaches were seeing. There wasn't a lot of, well, anything really stuff coming out of his arm. The velocity was down, more than he'd like to see. Fastball command not great. And so the ball club has been giving J.D. a different role for the time being. And so far it's worked out, Bob. Since the blown save against the Mets, he's appeared in 3 games and has not allowed a hit.
This is his first back-to-back since coming back off the disabled list, and we've seen a lot more sliders from JJ this time around. In the past, he was basically fastball on both sides of the plate, and if he got ahead in the count, he was going to bury that splitter in the dirt.
Pitcher spot is right here, 7th in the order, and Juan Uribe will lead it off. First pitch swinging, popped him straight up in the air. Nieves has it, 1 away. 1 pitch, 1 out for JJ. Three games for JJ since the blown save in New York. Hitless, he's worked 2 1/3 over that span. No hits, no walks, 2 strikeouts. And now Nick Punto. He's 0 for 3. Harris came on and got out of a huge mess. Bases loaded, 1 out to end the 5th. Brad Ziegler worked the 6th. Hernandez in the 7th, and now Putz here in the 8th. Kirk Gibson stopped short of committing to Heath Bell as the long-term closer last week. He did, in fact, use the term committee that you've seen around the majors from time to time. Gibby said they'll play it by ear until they can get some of these tired bullpen arms freshened up. They have now reached that point after the tremendous effort by the rotation in the weekend series against the Rockies. So now that everyone has had a chance to rest, we'll see how the cards turn up here. 3-0. How about the Dodgers, the only team in the major leagues that has not won a game when trailing after 7, 0-32. And as we start the 8th, they're down 5-4. There's a strike, 3-1. Trying to find JJ Putz some innings elsewhere in the game other than the 9th inning, so he can throw, get some innings in, get that arm back up to speed. Roll to second, Aaron Hill.
Good comeback there after falling behind 3-0. Punto taking all the way on the 3-0 pitch and then just smothered that fastball on the ground to the right side.
Carl Crawford now. Crawford was double switched into the game. He's in the 9th spot right now, playing left field. And he is 1 for 21 since coming off the DL. JJ Putz worked an inning in the first game against the Rockies. No hits and a strikeout. We saw him last night. Worked the 7th, got Ethier, Ellis, and Schumacher in order with a strikeout there.
And the velocity, especially on the fastball, appears to be a lot better. He was throwing 88, 89 when he initially came back off the disabled list, but in the low 90s pretty consistently.
Two and 1 to Crawford. Shortstop Cliff Pennington. And it's a 1-2-3/8 inning for J.J. Putz. We'll go to the home half. Diamondbacks lead it. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Cody Ross has been killing the Dodgers this year. He's due up to lead off the eighth for the D-backs. Diamondbacks lead at 5-4. Yasiel Puig. Don't forget, fans, check out FoxSportsArizona.com. All the online local sports coverage you can't find anywhere else. Post-game reaction and analysis from Jack McGruder. Puig's arrogance, that was a word that Ian Kennedy used. So you can read all about that. And the new book on the Territorial Cup rivalry. All there for you and more right now, FoxSportsArizona.com. Saw Dominguez Monday night here, and impressive. A lot of velocity out of this kid, though.
Yeah, throws very hard for a little guy. Generates a lot of power out of that right arm. Only his 5th appearance on the season.
He'll work to Cody Ross, Martin Prado, and Will Nieves. And there is Uribe, stays at third. Another double switch from Don Mattingly, so the pitcher is hitting in the 8th spot right now. Ross, Prado, Nieves. Cody Ross so far 0 for 3. Just talked about all the velocity. Starts him off with a little 82-mile-an-hour nothing ball.
We invite you to play Kachinko by signing up at one of the 16 interactive kiosks right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game. Not only can you win valuable prizes, but you get that game piece tonight signed by the man at the plate, Cody Ross.
Chance to win a car, too. Sanderson Ford. Warming up. It's been a bullpen night for the Diamondbacks. We've seen Will Harris in the 5th, Brad Ziegler in the 6th, David Hernandez in the 7th, J.J. Putz in the 8th, and Heath Bell is warming up for the 9th. Tyler Skaggs today went 4 1/3. Here's the 0-2. Driven down the line in left, and that is a foul ball. Routine play. You got to make that play. 100 miles an hour there, and it's 1-2. I'm just glad the gentleman didn't lean over the railing. Just be careful up there. High in the air, first base side, Gonzalez. Cody 0 for 4. Here's Martin Prado. Prado's been on base all 3 times he's been up tonight. Walked in the first, single in the fourth, RBI single in the fifth. And he continues to look better and better up there. He's now hit safely in 12 of his last 14 games. And over that span, he's got 8 RBIs. .99. There's the strike, 0-1. Dodger bullpen has really solidified itself. It was a fiasco earlier in the year when Brandon League was closing, but now that Jansen's the closer, and they've got some dependable setup guys with Dominguez and Rodriguez, Belisario, and Howell. They're in pretty decent shape back there.
Yeah, it looks a lot better than it did, and it's just a matter of rearranging the chairs, if you will. You know, with League at the tail end, he was having all kinds of issues closing out ball games. Jansen had been very effective in a setup role, so they just kind of flipped him, and that made all the difference in the world to that Dodger bullpen.
Prado goes down and gets that one. Here comes Yasiel Puig, and he's got it. A little stutter step there, but he hangs on. They had one clank off the glove earlier, running the other way to the gap in right center. That one toward the line in right, and he's just in time.
He almost broke it down a little bit too soon, started to slow down, and then realized that ball was slicing farther and farther toward the bleachers over there. Turned the jets back on again and got underneath it.
Will Nieves 0 for 3. Night off tonight for Miguel Montero, one night after his 30th birthday. Change speeds on him, 0-1. Will was one of the heroes of last Thursday's series and road trip finale marathon at Citi Field. He went 4 for 7 with a double and 2 RBIs. Drives that one down the line in left. Will Nieves. Oh, foul ball. Just missed it.
Just got out in front a little bit, imparted some side English on that drive, and just couldn't keep it fair.
He got it into the bullpen just on the wrong side of the foul pole. Tell you what, this guy can throw 99 and 100 we've seen tonight. Can't be a cakewalk when he lobs one up there at 82 or 85 on you after you see 99 and 100. Fights that one up, but pops it up to shallow right. Ellis is out there, and that's the inning. Dominguez works a 1-2-3-8. Heath Bell is ready to go. We'll head to the ninth. Diamondbacks with a 1-run lead, 5-4. city in the world for the biggest event of the summer. It's baseball's Midsummer Classic, and it's back in New York. Home field advantage for the World Series on the line in the 2013 Major League Baseball All-Star Game. That's live from Citi Field in New York Tuesday, and it's only on Fox. We're in the ninth at Chase Field. Diamondbacks trying to get one in this three-game series, and on for Arizona, the Heath Bell experience. 15 saves on the year. He has failed to convert the save opportunity 4 times. Heath Bell's last outing was the July 4th series finale at Citi Field in New York, when he was 1 out away from a save and gave up a home run to the Mets' Anthony Recker. Prior to that, Heath had put together 4 straight scoreless outings, giving up only 2 hits over 3 2/3, with 3 strikeouts and a pair of saves. So he's on here with a 1-run lead in the ninth. He'll work to Mark Ellis, Yasiel Puig, and Adrian Gonzalez. Ellis has hit the ball really well tonight, but has only 2 hits to show for it. He hit one over the fence in left in the first inning that Cody Ross went up and robbed him of a home run on. Drove one to the gap in left center a second time up, on which A.J. Pollock made perhaps the catch of the year so far. And then he has 2 singles. He scored a run. There's the strike, 0-1. Good numbers for Ellis in this matchup. Heath Bell, fastball, curveball. .96.
Good heat on that fastball. He's really struggled with his curveball command, to the point where if he bounces a couple of them, he just puts it in his back pocket.
Also talked about his effort to hide the ball, not give hitters such a good look at it. He does that by keeping his glove hand up in the air as high as he can for as long as he can. That one is driven to right. Gerardo Parra. 1 away. Here's Yasiel Puig. They love him here in Arizona. He's 1 for 4. Singled and scored in the 5th. He has struck out twice. Puig has hit safely in 13 of his last 14.
Now, Pete Rose told me about 1,000,000 years ago, when you get booed in every road ballpark, it means you've made it. Pete used to get booed everywhere he played, mostly because he helped beat your team.
He carried himself a certain way, as does Puig. 1-0. I hate to say it, but he's become, at least for this series, a more patient hitter, as Bob, as the series has gone on.
I believe it when I see it continue for an extended period of time. This guy lives to swing that bat.
Well, so far, he's ahead 2-0. Coming down and away here. Gets the strike, 2-1. 97, low and away. That'll work.
And against Puig, 97 up around the letters will work also. We've seen him chase that high fastball. That's just a perfectly placed heater right there.
Yeah, you throw that pitch, it's going to work out just fine. Same spot. 98, 2-2.
It was a couple days off. Did a world of good for some of those arms down in the D-backs bullpen. This is the best velocity we've seen from Heath Bell this season. J.J. puts back up into the low 90s. Brad Ziegler's got that nasty sink on the fastball once again.
He's got a 4-seam fastball, Bob, that is average 93.7 miles an hour, and we've seen him hump it up here into the high 90s. 2-2. Back to the well one more time. Misses there at 97, and it's full 3-2. Adrian Gonzalez is on deck. He homered his last time up. What are you doing with this one?
I like the high fastball myself, but Heath Bell is not a guy that likes to elevate too much. He'd rather pick away at that outside corner like he has throughout this at bat.
He'll start over with Nieves. Got him. They strike out Yasiel Puig for the third time tonight. 2 down in the ninth.
They're just stuck with the game plan there. Stay low and away. Puig with a very defensive swing that time.
A Dodger victory. The Diamondbacks division lead is a game and a half. An Arizona win, it's 3.5. They're 1 out away from 3.5. Here's Gonzalez, who homered his last time up. He's 2 for 4. Dodgers have picked up 7 games on the Diamondbacks since June 22nd. Arizona trying to slow their roll here and get their division lead back to 3.5 games. The 1-0. The Beat LA chant in full effect at Chase Field. Sedona Red wants one of these 3. There's a strike away. Diamondback Nation on its collective feet here. It's all part of the Heath Bell experience. He got Ellis to fly out. He struck out Puig, and now he's 2-2 on Gonzalez. Didn't say it was going to be easy. Bobby seems to be having a lot of luck with that fastball down and away, both the righties and lefties. And so far it ain't broke.
Yeah, Gonzalez, so you talked about his single swing, even though it produced a home run back in that 7th inning, but doesn't have the same kind of opposite field power as a lot of big hitters in the National League. I say it all the time. You get down to the end of a close ball game, make them hit the ball twice to the opposite field rather than make a mistake on the inside part where they could possibly pull it out of the ballpark.
Bounced it there. It's full 3-2. Hanley Ramirez is on deck. Ramirez, a 2-run double in the 5th. Pitch number 9 on the way.
Seven fastballs, 2 curveballs so far from Heath Bell in this sequence. I just don't think right now he has enough confidence in that curveball to try to throw it 3-2, especially to a disciplined hitter like Gonzalez.
Battle of wills. He keeps making the same pitch. Gonzalez keeps fouling it off. Try it again here. Ball 4. Tying run aboard with 2 outs.
We've talked about Gonzalez and his lack of speed throughout this series. Wouldn't surprise me to see perhaps Jerry Hairston Jr. pop out of that dugout and pinch run for him.
And here he comes, right on cue.
And it's never something a manager wants to do, take his number 3 hitter out of the lineup just in case you end up going extra innings, but
well, you got
to do what you got to do. I mean, Hairston has enough speed. He could conceivably score from first on an extra base hit. There's no way Gonzalez could score from first on a double.
He runs like a filing cabinet. So Hairston aboard at first with 2 outs. He's the tying run. Here's El Nino. 95, 1-0. Hanley flied out in the first, walked and scored in the 4th. 2-run double in the 5th, flied out in the 7th. Good numbers career. A couple of former Marlins here.
It's a little too much fastball for Ramirez to handle on that last delivery. That's a very hittable pitch right down the middle of the plate. Ramirez just tardy, fouled it off to the right side.
Dodgers, the only team in the major leagues that has yet to win a game when trailing after 7 innings. They are 0-32 in those scenarios. They have the tying run at first with 2 outs here in the 9th. Pitches for Heath Bell, 11 for strikes. A lot of fastballs.
Yeah, and unfortunately behind in the count now. We talked about it earlier in the game, those predictable fastball counts, especially for a hitter as good as Hanley Ramirez. You don't want to give him that luxury too often in the course of an at-bat.
Down and away. Up the middle, that gets through for a base hit. Hairston to second, he'll stop there. 2-out walk, and now a 2-out single, and here comes A.J. Ellis. Charles Nagy to the mound.
That same fastball away he's used so effectively in this inning, but Ramirez gets to it, grounds it right back up the middle of the field. I don't know how that did not hit Heath Bell. Probably wishes it would have.
What's this conversation like?
Yeah, probably a very definitive scouting report on how they want to pitch to A.J. Ellis. Sometimes you go over in the advanced meeting before the first game of the series, especially those relief pitchers that haven't seen action in the series. You just want to make sure they know exactly what they want to do to Ellis. No indecision.
A.J. Ellis struck out looking in the 2nd, singled in the 4th. He walked in the 5th and flat out in the 7th, 1 for 3. His single extended his now 9-game hitting streak. And during that streak, he's got 9 RBIs. He's scored 7 times. Hairston, the tying run at second with 2 outs. Ramirez, the go-ahead run at first. Misses there, 1-0. Base hit, that one gets down to the gap in left center. Cody Ross cuts it off. Here comes Hairston, that'll tie the game. Ramirez holds at third. It's 5-5. th blown save of the year for the Diamondbacks. That's the most in the major leagues.
Talk about money hitting for the Dodgers. A.J. Ellis now 8 for his last 16 with runners in scoring position. 11 RBI over those 16 at-bats.
Heath Bell got Ellis to fly out, struck out Puig, a walk to Gonzalez. Hairston came in to pinch run, and then back-to-back singles by Hanley Ramirez and A.J. Ellis. And now here's Andre Ethier. Ethier's been on base 3 times tonight, 2 singles and a walk. Go ahead run at third with 2 outs. There's the strike, 0-1. Hanley Ramirez at third, A.J. Ellis at first. Ethier's hit in 9 straight. Diamondbacks in the home half of the ninth will have Gerardo Parra, Cliff Pennington, and the pitcher spot. Gregorius, Chavez, and Montero, 3 lefties on Kirk Gibson's bench. Right back to the mound. And they strand 2, but the Dodgers get the tying run across. We'll head to the home half of the ninth in what is now a 5-5 ball game at Chase Field. Half of the ninth at Chase Field. The Snake slithering its way around the upper regions of Chase here. And maybe looking at extra innings. That's what they wanted. New pitcher for the Dodgers. Parra over Puig. The groundswell now a movement here at Chase Field. Here's Paco Rodriguez, the lefty. We saw him in a Monday series opener. Rodriguez worked the eighth. He struck out Kubel, got Gregorius to fly out, and then struck out Cody Ross. He'll face Parra, Pennington in the pitcher's spot. 7, 8, 9 here in the Arizona ninth in what is now a 5-5 ball game. Opposing hitters batting only 147 against Paco Rodriguez this year. 31 2/3. He's got 36 strikeouts. Jerry Hairston Jr., who came in a run for Adrian Gonzalez. That worked out because he ended up scoring the tying run. Stays in the game. He'll play first base. Gerardo Parra.
I'd see Parra try to bunt his way on base against a tough left-handed pitcher. Now Jerry Hairston coming in even with the baseline down there at first. They're not quite sure where to position him.
That's Uribe at third. Diamondbacks 20 wins in their last at bat. That's the most in the major leagues. They have 6 walk-off wins. Looking for some more magic here. Parra 0 for 3. He struck out his last time up. Reaches out and gets that one. Here comes Hanley. One away in the ninth. Well, it's not extra innings, but this is Cliff Pennington's specialty here. In extras, he's gone 8 for 11 this year with 3 RBIs. He's had a couple of walk-off hits. Had one here to beat the Cardinals. Had one here to beat the Rangers. Didi Gregorius is out on deck. He'll hit for the pitcher. Last time up, Cliff Pennington drove one at the gap in right center. Yasiel Puig tracked it down, but had it bounce off his glove. I still see, Bob, when I watch Paco Rodriguez pitch, I still see Scotty McGregor from those Orioles teams from the left-hand side, just kind of holding that ball out there. Completely different type of pitcher. But that very unique thing where the ball just kind of hangs out there in his hand. Two and one.
Yeah, we talked about it the other day. It may be something he does by design to try to distract the hitter. You show the ball out there behind your back, let him get a real good look at it, and then your release point is way off to the left and out to the side of that left shoulder. Rick Sutcliffe in his playing days used to show the ball behind his back.
Yeah.
As he went into his delivery.
That big high front leg kick too that Sut had like that. Here it is.
Right here it is. And then you see the ball behind him and his release point is way over there on the left side.
2-2 to Cliff Pennington. Doubleheader here at Chase Field against the Texas Rangers. This was the end of game 2. Cliff Pennington. And of course it was Penny that ended the longest game in Chase Field history, game 3 on the year, when they beat the Cardinals after almost 5.5 hours. Actually just over 5.5 hours. Drives that one to Puig and right. Near the line. He tracks it down, 2 down. Here comes Didi. Didi 1 for 3 last night. And up there against a lefty here. We've seen him in a game at Washington come up with a surprise bunt late in the ball game. Can he bunt for a base hit?
Well, Rodriguez doesn't fall off the mound to the third base side like a lot of left-handed pitchers do. If he fell off a little bit more to the third base side, it'd be worth a shot to bunt that ball to the right side of the infield. Yeah, you've got Jerry Hairston Jr. at first, a valuable utility guy, but relatively inexperienced at first base. Mark Ellis playing very deep and shading up the middle of the field. A lot of room on that right side.
Change speeds on him, well out in front. Yeah, Ellis is on the edge of the grass. If he can get it past the mound on that right side. Josh Colmenter throwing for the Diamondbacks. Glenn Sherlock looking on. Change speeds again, jumps ahead 1-2. Looking for that magic number 21. We'll play extra innings at Chase. 10th coming up. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side, feed it. Check this out. You never know what's going to come out of the Dodger dugout. Zach Greinke with a bat. And now he's headed back there, so hold on. He actually needs one of those thumb things.
Yeah, they really only have one position player left. That's Tim Fedorovich, the backup catcher. And obviously you don't want to use him unless it's an absolute emergency.
Yeah, they had Crawford, Uribe, and Hairston on their bench. They are all now in the game. Fedorovich, the backup catcher, the only position player left on Don Mattingly's bench. And the new pitcher in the 10th inning is Josh Colmenter. He worked one inning in Sunday's series finale against the Rockies. Did not allow a hit, had 2 strikeouts. Here's Juan Uribe now. So it's Uribe, the pitcher spot, which right now has Greinke hitting for Paco Rodriguez and then Carl Crawford. So Uribe, Greinke, and Crawford here in the Dodger 10th.
Well, you know Don Mattingly is just begging for Uribe to find a way to get on base so he could use Greinke to put down a sac bunt. Although this Dodger pitching staff against the Diamondbacks this season, 11 for 26. It's a .423 batting average.
And Greinke, when he started the series opener here Monday night, went 3 for 4 with 3 singles. He scored a run. Josh Colmenter worked 2 scoreless innings in Thursday's road trip finale at Citi Field in New York and gave up only 2 hits. He He suffered his first loss of the season in that series opener against the Mets. But he's been outstanding lately. Last 10 appearances, 3-1, a 1.23 ERA. He did not go, says Marty Foster at first. Uribe 0 for 3 career against Colementor. He didn't go. 2-2. And now Bobby's a ball away from doing that one thing you said Don Mattingly wanted, which was put Uribe on so Greinke could bunt.
Boy, and this is a guy that lives for those predictable fastball counts at this stage of his career. Juan Uribe 2-0, 3-1, 3-2. He really lets it go.
Juan Uribe 2 for 5 in Monday's series opener. Pair of singles and an RBI. Hitting .320 in July so far. He's off to a good start this month. Right back at you, Josh. He's a good athlete out there.
When you throw fastballs away, you have to expect that some of those are going to come right back at you. And that time, Josh Colementor up to the task, fielded that ball nicely. Good first out.
So here, hitting for the pitcher is another pitcher. This is Zach Greinke. Monday had 3 singles and scored a run, went 3 for 4. He's a .370 hitter on the year. Greinke was the winning pitcher Monday, his 7th winning, worked 7 innings, gave up only 2 hits, walked 2, and had 7 strikeouts to go along with his 3 singles. 2-0. Josh Colementor has worked 22 innings over his last 10 appearances. In those 22 innings, he's given up only 14 hits with 24 strikeouts. Opponents batting .177 against him over that span. He's been very good lately. Doesn't get the call there from Tripp Gibson. It's 3-0.
Josh Colementor 4-1 on the season as far as one-loss record. All 4 wins coming in extra innings. He's the secret weapon.
How about that record just in extras? And a lot of those extra inning games, especially when it's St. Louis, I remember, he was in jams the entire time and got out of big spot after big spot. These are not easy innings in extras. It's not like he's coming in a 10-2 game in the 4th inning and mopping up. These are high leverage situations in which he's pitching. And he's been outstanding. The good luck charm, as Kirk Gibson calls him. Fastball, changeup. Don't see that curveball more than 5% of the time with Josh. Every once in a while he'll drop a big one in there on you, but mostly 4-seam fastball, changeup. Humped it up to 90. And now Tripp Gibson will give Willie Evans a chance to regroup here.
Right in the bird cage.
Oof. Walk the pitcher. the bench other than the backup catcher, Tim Fedorovich. Davey Lopes maybe giving Greinke some base running tips down there at first.
Yeah. See that bag out there in the middle of the field? Run there next.
Carl Crawford. Crawford 0 for 2 so far and 1 for 22 since he came back from the DL. Missed 30 games with a hamstring injury. Oh, 2.
Change up coming after back-to-back fastballs on the outer part of the plate.
Drives it to center. A.J. Pollock right at him. That's the second out. A.J. came in, broke back, and then stood still.
Second baseman, Mark Ellis.
And here's Mark Ellis, who, of any player on either side tonight, perhaps with the exception of Aaron Hill, has hit the ball better than anyone in either lineup.
He got robbed of a home run, a sure double, but then turned right around and stole a couple of base hits away from the Diamondbacks with his defensive plays up the middle of the field.
He's had a good night in the leadoff spot. So this is just his 12th start in the leadoff spot all year. Holmenter ahead 0-1. Zach Greinke kind of turning to Davey Lopes there at first and raising his arms up in the air as if to say, what am I supposed to do next here? How big a lead am I taking? Where am I going? 1-1. Blew it by him, 1-2. Ellis came into the game just 2 for his last 20. He's got a pair of singles tonight, but he, by all rights, should have at least another home run and a double on top of that. Great defensive plays, one by Cody Ross in left to take a home run away, and one by A.J. Pollock in left center to take away at least 2. In fact, I think, Bob, I have A.J. Pollock's catch of the year so far. Can't think of a one that beats that one.
He needed every bit of it, every bit of speed that he had, that diving ability, able to hang on to that ball as he crashed down to the grass out there in left center.
One and two. This is a lineup of professional hitters. I mean, it's trite. You hear it all the time. It's a terrible cliche, but the Dodgers are a pretty good example of it. These guys, you saw the at-bat that Gonzalez had against Heath Bell in the ninth to work that walk. These are not guys, for the most part, that go quietly. Lays off that, 2-2. by the play. This is the kind of night Mark Ellis has had. This is his first at bat. That is over the fence. Cody Ross takes away a home run. That was in the first, and then here in the third, A.J. Pollock with our nomination so far for Catch of the Year.
Boy, needed every bit of that 12-inch outfielder's glove. You could see it was hanging off of his left hand as he tried to really extend out there and make that catch. Outstanding.
And then the two at-bats that followed those first two plays we showed you for Ellis, he singled twice. So he should be looking at least a 4 for 5 at this point. He's working Colementor over here. Mark Ellis missed 19 games at the beginning of May with a right quad strain. He's played in 42 games since coming back from that injury, and in those 42 games he's hit only .204. He's also been in and out of the lineup at times with a groin injury. But he's played a big role here tonight in the leadoff spot. A couple of hits, he scored a run, made some great defensive plays himself at second.
Just keep firing strikes. You don't want that count to go to 3-2 with 2 outs. Greinke would be on the move at that point.
Puig is on deck. It's 1 for 5. He struck out 3 times. Dodgers trying to get to 500 for the first time since April 30th when they were 13-13. Their low water mark was 12 games under 500 when they were 30-42. That was back on June 21st. They've gone 14-3 since. A win tonight, they sweep, they get to 500, and they get within a game and a half of the Diamondbacks for the NL West lead. Lifted in the air to right, Gerardo Parra on the line, on the run, and it's in the seats.
Gerardo Parra has become very familiar with every warning track in the National League.
Every corner, every wall, every fence.
Refuses to quit. Uses a slide that time and his left leg to protect him against that padded wall down there.
This has become an epic at bat for Mark Ellis.
All fastballs, 1 changeup so far in this epic at bat.
Pitch number 13 is on the way.
Kids from the Highland Church in North Scottsdale working their way around the upper deck.
Thirteenth pitch of the at bat. Three and two. Puig is on deck.
Finally went back to that changeup once again. Ellis was seriously in swing mode throughout the latter part of this at bat, hoping to get him to chase a bad one down low that time. Now Greinke will be on the move over there at first base.
Goldschmidt will not hold him on the bag at first. Yeah, you got to hang in with him. Here goes Greinke. Up the middle, Pennington. He's got one play first, and they strand the runner. Josh Colementor gets through the 10th. The top of the order coming up for the Diamondbacks. Pollock, Hill, and Goldie when we come back. We've seen this before. April 14th against the Dodgers. The goalie walk-off win. A.J. Pollock scored the winning run, and it was a happy flight. We'll see Pollock, Hill, and Goldschmidt here in the 10th against the new Dodger pitcher. And this is the rookie, Chris Witherow. He made his Major League debut June 12th against Arizona. That was the day after the brawl. He pitched in 3 games, was sent down to AAA Albuquerque after that. He was recalled for the second time over the weekend. And in his last appearance, he struck out 4 batters in 2 innings. That was Thursday. So he's now got 8 strikeouts in 6 Major League innings. Top of the Diamondbacks order, our APS Energy All-Stars, the 1 through 3 hitters. And they have brought the want tonight.
And that's right where we are.
Chris Witherow, first-round pick, the 20th overall in the 07 draft. Out of Midland, Texas, a high school kid. He just turned 24 years old back on April 1st. A.J. Pollock has had a good night, 2 for 4, a triple, a single. He scored twice.
Good gas from Witherow. What's new? Did you ever see a reliever come in, unless they're a submarine pitcher or a specialist, that doesn't throw 96? That's one aspect of the game that has really changed.
Ooh. Little breaking ball in there. It's 0-2. Witherow has worked 25 1/3 at AAA Albuquerque this year and struck out 32. He has had some command issues in the minor leagues. 12 walks in 25 1/3. A 1-4 whip. Here's the 0-2. 96. AJ 296 over his last 10 games. 4 doubles, a triple, and a home run. And when the hits come for AJ, they seem to come in bunches. Hopefully add 1 more to his collection tonight. Triple and score in the 3rd, single and scored in the 5th.
Went to his 3rd pitch that time after a series of high 90s fastballs, a couple of knee-buckling curveballs. That time he threw a slider off that outside corner. That's a good take on a pitch you haven't seen yet in the sequence for a guy that throws as hard as Witherow.
Trying to get the leadoff man aboard here in the 10th. Chris Witherow struck out the first batter he faced in the major leagues. That batter was A.J. Pollock.
Payback time.
Winning run aboard with nobody out here in the 10th. Tremendous at bat right there by A.J.
Well, if you had to pick one player on this roster you want on base in extra innings to lead off an inning, it would be A.J. Pollock. This was back in the first. Seems like a long time ago. Aaron Hill took a low fastball from Ryu and golfed it out of here into the left field bleachers.
Solo shot, his 4th of the year. A.J. Pollock, the winning run aboard at first. He has stolen 6 bases this year. He's been caught twice. Bob, how do you play this?
I think Aaron Hill's going to swing away. Got one of the better fastball hitters in the National League against a guy that's throwing 96, 97 out there. Hasn't shown any command of his breaking pitch other than the one that A.J. Pollock took for a called strike. Everything else that he's tried to spin up there has been way out of the zone. Pick off move to first.
So A.J. getting a long look down to third at Matt Williams. Oh, 0-1. '96, 0-2. Well, this is what you want if you have to play extras. A.J. Pollock aboard, no outs. Hill, Goldschmidt, Ross coming up.
Tried to come inside that time with a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. Aaron Hill, one of those guys that can pull a bullet. He loves that heater, loves the fastball from the middle of the plate in.
He has said, half jokingly, if you see me hit the ball to right, it's a mistake. Well, that would work out just fine here. National League RBI leader on deck. 2-run double in the 5th. You can exhale now.
As this pitch, many time Aaron Hill will pull way foul down that third baseline. Fastball off the plate in. They're going to try a curveball this time.
Ramirez, Ellis, Hairston.
The button, but right at Hanley Ramirez at shortstop. Has to move one step to his right, throws from a knee. Easy double play for the Dodgers that time.
Rick Honeycutt going to have a conversation with Rowe out there.
I have to believe that when you look at this Diamondbacks roster, as the Dodgers did when they went over their advanced meeting, they said if there's a guy in this lineup we don't want to let beat us, it's that man right there.
He walked in the first, grounded out in the 3rd. 2-run double and scored in the 5th. Lined out to third his last time up. He has now hit safely in 7 straight games and 9 of 10. He's got 9 RBI so far in July and 76 on the year to lead the National League.
Only one? We're due for another one.
How's now sound?
Now sounds really good.
This was it.
Stretch delivers 1-0, a swing and a drive.
Absolutely crushed it, dead center field. Two and two. Did not go, says Marty Foster. 3-2 to Goldie. Cody Ross on deck. Josh Coleman, the pitcher of record. He usually is in extra innings.
I had to guess, I'd say he's going to get another slider low and away. I just don't think they're going to give in to Paul Goldschmidt.
Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. Yasiel Puig, Terry Hairston Jr., and Hanley Ramirez here in the 11th against Josh Coleman. Puig is 1 for 5, singled and scored in the 5th. He has struck out 3 times. 5-5 as we start the 11th here at Chase. Diamondbacks, it's a big ball game. Their division lead over the Dodgers will be either 1.5 or 3.5 games. First pitch swinging, 0-1. That's a great example of him just being completely out of control.
Yep, I'm just going to swing at the first thing you let go.
Excuse me, it's up the line. Goldie has to hurry. Puig with good speed, head first slide, and they just do get him at first.
For the 100th time this season, Paul Goldschmidt takes it himself over there at first base. Not an easy play. You got to get to the ball, recover, and get to the base ahead of Puig, who came in there on his belly. Not quite sure why, but out nonetheless.
You're never going to accuse him of not hustling, that's for sure. And taking his frustrations out in the Dodger dugout. Now here's Jerry Hairston Jr. He came in to pinch run for Adrian Gonzalez after Gonzalez walked with 2 outs in the ninth. He wound up scoring the tying run. Hanley Ramirez followed with a single. Then Hairston scored on A.J. Ellis's RBI single against Heath Bell. Jerry Hairston Jr. started at third base last night, went 0 for 4. Down to 2 players on the Diamondbacks bench, both left-hand bats, Miguel Montero and Eric Chavez, although Chavez was a scratch the other day with a right hip issue, so not sure if Eric is available. He's listed certainly, but could be 2 different stories. Tony Sipp, the lone bullpen arm back there for Kirk Gibson. Tony Sipp pitched yesterday, got through only 9 pitches, gave up a hit, had a strikeout. Beat LA chant resurfaces a chase, the 3-2.
Now, one thing we know, if Eric Chavez or Miguel Montero get an at-bat in this game, it'll be against a right-handed pitcher. Don Mattingly had 2 lefties available in the bullpen, J.P. Howe, Paco Rodriguez. They've both already pitched in this game.
Each faced 3 batters in their 1 inning of work with a strikeout. Coleman now up to 40 pitches with all these foul balls. Mark Ellis had an epic at bat in the 10th, and now Hairston making him work here with 1 out in the 11th. 1 out walk. Second walk issued by Josh Coleman. And here's Hanley Ramirez. Walked and scored in the 4th, 2-run double in the 5th, singled his last time up in the 9th. Had his 19-game hit streak snapped last night. He went hitless. And he started another one here tonight already. Popped him up first base side. Goldie and Aaron Hill. Goldschmidt in foul ground. That's the second out. We were talking about Eric Chavez earlier. Is he available? Well, Jody Jackson has more on that. Jody.
You know, he is available. I talked to Eric earlier today. He said that he has some hip stiffness that happened during Monday's game and that he's a little worried because it was near that oblique that he had. Obviously, it was on the DL for that. But Kirk Gibson said he is available. They've minimized his activity, and they would err on the side of caution. But I will say, guys, I saw him here in the dugout most of the game, but now I do not see him. So to speculate, maybe he is getting ready.
They have those cages underneath right behind the dugout. A.J. Ellis. He had the RBI single that tied it in the 9th his last time up.
Jerry Hairston Jr. with a very conservative lead over there at first base. He's a good base runner, has good base running speed, just hasn't attempted a stolen base so far this year.
Lifted high in the air to shallow right. Aaron Hill's out there. And Josh Colmenter strands the one-out walk. Will go to the bottom of the 11th. It's 5-5 at Chase Field. Diamondbacks, Don Mattingly's ball club, as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, has picked up 7 games on the Diamondbacks since June 22nd. They moved within 2.5, and Bob, this is a huge swing game because it's either for the D-backs a 1.5 game division lead or a 3.5 game division lead.
And you get the feeling if the Diamondbacks could score a run here and take this final game of the 3-game set, that the Dodgers would leave town maybe not feeling quite as good as they did after last night's ball game. They were had a lot of swagger last night, and rightfully so. They played 2 great ball games. They just dominated the D-backs in every facet of the game. But if you can snake one here tonight, suddenly they don't feel quite as good about themselves.
You can see, Bob, right there, Kirk Gibson went and got Ian Kennedy. Hey, get your spikes on. Cody Ross leads off the 11th.
Well, we talked about Ian being the best bunter of the pitchers on the Diamondback staff, so probably going up to put his cleats on just in case he's needed here.
Dodgers have won 14 of 17, 11-2 in their last 13 against the NL West, so feeling good here. They came back and tied it in the 9th. A chance for a sweep and a chance to get within 1.5. Diamondbacks trying to move that back to 3.5. Charles Nagy on the phone. Cody 0 for 4. This is a good situation here. Cody ahead 3-0 now. 3 walk-off home runs in his career. We've seen that over the course of his career everywhere he's been. Giants, Red Sox. And he has crushed the Dodgers this year. 13 for 38 against LA. 3 doubles and a home run. Here's the 3-0. Ross, Prado, Nieves here in the 11th.
Get on that fastball. So far, Withrow hasn't shown any ability to consistently throw any breaking pitch for a strike.
Over our heads back here.
Got one up in the zone right there. Good hack at it. Fouled it straight back.
center. Crawford. One away. Martin Prado. Prado's been on base 3 times tonight. Walked in the first, singled in the fourth, RBI single in the fifth. He's 2 for 3. And 4 for 11 in the series so far. He's now hit safely in 12 of his last 14 games. Withrow gets ahead at 97. It's 0-1. Rally caps are on. Sorta. Messes up the hair. Prado choking up Bob on that bat just a little bit.
Well, he's been doing his homework. He's been watching Withrow from the dugout in the on-deck circle. He knows he's rushing it up there in the high 90s. Martin, a pretty good high fastball hitter. Takes that breaking ball up above the letters.
2-1. You've heard of the rally cap. There is the rally mohawk. Three and one. Does he get a pitch to hit here?
I would think so. And it's probably going to be a fastball. I've said it 3 times already. Withrow just hasn't been able to command any of his breaking stuff. He's got a good curveball. He's got a good slider. Just can't get him close to the strike zone to get any swings.
Up and in, and the Diamondbacks have the winning run on base with a 1-out walk. They got a walk to lead off the 10th. Here's a 1-out walk in the 11th. Ian Kennedy, shoes on. Second walk issued by Withrow. Here's Will Nieves 0 for 4. A.J. Ellis wants to talk it over. Did you cover your mouths or did the pitcher when you went out to the mound in your day? Like someone's going to read your lips and see, ooh, curveball.
No, I wasn't ever worried about anybody reading lips, but in the 87 playoffs, the Giants against the St. Louis Cardinals at Busch Stadium, it was so loud I felt like I had to put my glove and my hand up like a megaphone so that my pitchers could hear me out there on the mound. It was just deafening at Busch Stadium.
Withrow having trouble locating here. It's 2-0. Well, they asked for it. They get up and move with every pitch. The snake slithers its way across the top of Chase Field. The 2-0. Lifted in the air to center. Andre Ethier backing up in front of the 413 mark, and he has it in the corner. Prado back to the first base bag. He was all the way on second. If that ball had dropped, he certainly would have scored. So allowed out there by Willie Evis. Well hit. 2 down.
The wrong part of the ballpark again. We saw Aaron Hill fly out to that 413 mark just to the left of straightaway center. Now Willie Evis hit one right on the button, unfortunately, in that same deep part of the ballpark.
And Prado had the luxury, with Ethier being so far deep in that corner, to stand on second base before the ball was even caught. Had it dropped, they would have scored easily. And still had plenty of time to get back to the bag. He's still on first with 2 outs now. Here's Gerardo Parra. Parra 0 for 4. Parra 26 doubles, tied for second in the National League, one behind Matt Carpenter of the Cardinals. Comes up with a double here when he might be walking off. Withrow 35 pitches now. He's thrown more balls than strikes. Tony Sipp, the left-hander. Andre Ethier is scheduled to lead off the Dodger 12, should it get that far.
That's the first breaking ball that Withrow has thrown that it was even tempting enough for a D-backs hitter to swing at.
A lot of movement there. Now Parra's behind 1-2. Well, the kids from Highland Church in North Scottsdale, 4th season in a row, and the D-back snake. Everybody move up. We're headed to the 12th. Dodgers and the Diamondbacks. Right now it's the 12th inning, but beyond tonight, this is what faces the top two teams in the NL West. The only question, Bob, do the Diamondbacks lead by a game and a half or 3.5?
Well, I like 3.5 better myself, but you'd have to say that the schedule in the second half is a little more favorable for the Diamondbacks than it is for the Dodgers, but it's got to play good baseball. Everything else will take care of itself.
Josh Colmenter back out there for his third inning. He has worked the 10th and 11th so far. He'll face Andre Ethier, Juan Uribe on the pitcher's spot, with Don Mattingly out of position players with the exception of his backup catcher Tim Fedorovich. Ethier's been on base 3 times tonight, 2 singles and a walk.
If you're looking at available bodies, as you mentioned, the backup catcher, Tim Fedorovich. He's got Brandon League and Kenley Jansen, relief pitchers available. And for Kirk Gibson.
Right to Aaron Hill, allowed out number 1 here to open the 12th.
Gibby has Miguel Montero, Eric Chavez available off the bench, and Tony Sipp, the lone reliever, still down there in that bullpen. It's about the time of the ball game for starting pitchers to start putting their cleats on.
Yeah, we've already seen, after Tyler Skaggs went 4 1/3, Will Harris, Brad Ziegler, David Hernandez, J.J. Putz, Heath Bell, and now Josh Colmenter in his 3rd inning. And Tony Sipp is the last man standing back there in terms of the relief corps. Juan Uribe. Down the line and right, and that is slicing foul. Uribe came in midway through the game. Took over at third base for Nick Punto, so far 0 for 2. Right to the Gubna. I think that woke up Tom Candiati. Chris Witherow, the pitcher, is on deck.
No doubles defense in the outfield, as well as at third base. Martin Prado standing nearly on that third base line.
It gets by Colmenter. Here comes Pennington. Can't make the bare hand play. Uribe's aboard. Tough play for the Diamondbacks infield. And Uribe, who's only a couple of weeks shy of his 34th birthday, can still get up the line quick enough to beat that one out.
Yeah, they call it a do or die play for a reason. Cliff Pennington tried to go with the bare hand. Didn't think he had enough time to glove that ball and still get Uribe at first base. Just popped out.
That's the Dodgers' first hit since A.J. Ellis's RBI single that tied it with 2 outs in the 9th. And here's Witherow. He will hit. First time ever.
I would expect the Diamondbacks to play this very aggressively. If Witherow puts down a bunt, the way Uribe runs, this could possibly turn into a double play.
Just bunt it right at somebody. Prado willing on the grass at third. Goldie crashing in from first. Look at Prado charging in all the way. Goldie holding Uribe on the bag at first. Prado creeps in from third, and it's 2-0.
Apparently the Dodgers don't like any pitchers that can't hit, because Witherow in his minor league career was a .293 hitter with 7 extra base hits, including 2 homers and 13 runs driven in just 82 at bats.
He's ahead 2-0. Uribe takes off. Withrow gets it down. Goldie over the hill at the bag, and they move Uribe up 90 feet. Go ahead run in scoring position with 2 outs for Carl Crawford.
Left fielder, Carl Crawford.
Mattingly rolling the dice a little bit there. Well, the guy taking his first at bat of the season in a bunt situation against a guy that throws a lot of high fastballs. That could have very easily been a pop-up double play right there, but Withrow got it down as Uribe was on the run, now in scoring position with 2 outs.
And Crawford so far 0 for 3. Go ahead, run at second, 2 down.
Oh no!
Aaron Hill! The 12th started with a line drive right to Aaron at second. It ends with him smothering a big one here to end the 12th. He prevents that run from rounding third and coming home. We're still 5-5, bottom 12. In the longest game in Chase Field history, wins it for the Diamondbacks, 5 hours and 32 minutes. And Cliff has been the man in extra innings this year. So far, just in extra innings, he has gone 8 for 11 with 3 RBIs. He'll lead off the 12th.
Wow, those are ridiculous numbers.
Now you're going to have to let Cole Mentor hit here, right? Theoretically?
Well, Cole Mentor, or maybe if Cliff Pennington reaches, then we would see Ian Kennedy come in to put down a sac bunt possibly, but then the entire rest of the game would be Tony Sips.
This will be pitch number 400 in the ball game right here. Cliff is 0 for 4 so far, but none of those at-bats were in extra innings. Oh, 0-2.
We're in the double bonanza situation here. Not only will a run win this ball game, but it'll be tacos.
Everybody wins. Pick them up on your way into the ballpark tomorrow to watch the first of 4 against the Brewers here at Chase Field. Great giveaways all weekend long for that Brewers series. First game of the 4-game set is tomorrow. Friday we have D-backs playing cards night. Saturday, D-backs beach towel. Sunday, back to school backpacks. So lots of reasons to come out to the ballpark and check out the Diamondbacks here against the Milwaukee Brewers for 4 starting tomorrow. Popped him up right over Mark Ellis at second.
Brewers dropped a 6-2 decision to the Reds today, taking their record to 37-53. They're in dead last place in that National League Central.
Here's Coley, 1 for 6 on the year. Diamondbacks have not been swept at home in a 3-game series by the Dodgers since April of 2008. Rockies started the day 4.5 games behind Arizona. They beat the Padres 5-4 at Petco, so San Diego drops now. And the Giants were swept by the Mets. Matt Cain did not survive the first inning. 2-1. She's hanging in there with us. Some more than others.
Best seat in the house.
Josh lays off there, 3-1. Get a fastball here and just tomahawk that thing into a gap. Look at him, he's ready. Rally caps. Can't really do the rally visor, I guess. Listening to the Gub on the radio.
Trying to chase ball 4 right there.
Not sure what that is. Is that a rally seat?
Rally seat, yeah.
All right, yeah.
Sit on the bottom of the seat.
Rally caps, rally shades, the Ponch and John Chips look. Fabulous.
Good talk.
Yes, he went, Marty Foster. Second strikeout for Witherow.
Center fielder, A.J. Pollock.
When a guy doesn't get too many at bats, it's pretty tough to expect him to check his swing on a borderline pitch. Oh, muzzle it.
Here's A.J. Pollock. Andrew Dice Clay in the house. The Dice Man. What an actor. It's an LA looking crowd here late. Look at Dennis Lamb in the camera well. He's calling for a hit. Not sure what to make of that. We've been here before.
Deja vu all over again.
Well, look at it this way. At least you're not on a plane as soon as the game ends. That's one change. Usually it's all right. See you on the bus. Could be sitting next to those guys for 12 innings.
Ooh.
Is that the Rally Rooster? Have you ever seen Blue Man Group, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah. Gave me nightmares, but yeah, they're really good.
How does he see out of that thing? 96, 2-2. AJ triple in the third, single and scored in the fifth. The D-back snake making its way around the ballpark. Three and two. Aaron Hill is on deck.
Sit on that fastball once again. Withrow struggling to command any breaking pitch whatsoever.
Aaron had a home run back in the first, his fourth of the year. That one gets down into center. AJ's aboard. He's on base for the fourth time tonight. That's his third hit. Good at bat right there. Another one.
Had himself a really good night on both ends. Got a low fastball that time. Golfed it into center field for a base hit.
The blue guy can't even see what's happening. He has to have things explained to him.
He just listens to the crowd reaction.
Well, I can tell you what the reaction will be if Aaron Hill hits another one here.
Second baseman, Aaron Hill.
Solo shot in the first. RBI sac fly in the third. Single and scored in the fifth. Winning run aboard with two down. The rally phone. Dude.
Hands-free driving. There you go. Just duct tape it to your forehead.
Trip Gibson might have a plane to catch.
AJ 6 out of 8 this season in stolen base attempts. Diamondbacks don't really run a lot, especially with a guy capable of hitting the ball out of the ballpark at the plate. If it goes to a 2-strike count, you may see AJ try to steal a base, but I think they're going to let Aaron Hill swing away here.
He's behind 0-1. There goes A.J. Pollock, and Hill fouls it off. A.J. got a good jump that time.
He's got to ask the second base umpire, Tim McClellan, if that was a foul ball. That was a sure sign that's a straight steal. He just has his head down, grinding towards second base, had no idea what happened at home plate.
Rally phone in place. What happens if someone calls him? Just below Tom Candiotti in the radio booth next to us. Winning run at first with 2 outs. Chris Witherow gets the call from Trip Gibson behind home plate. Aaron Hill doesn't agree. We'll go to the 13th at Chase Field. D-backs snake. They move a seat every pitch. It's about 650 seats around the top of the perimeter here at Chase Field, and it's essentially their fault. We interviewed them. Jody Jackson went to talk to them. They asked for extra innings so they could try and make it all the way around, and here we are. They move one seat per pitch, and they are working their way around the ballpark. They started, even in warm-ups, they started in the first inning. And now here we are as we start the 13th with Mark Ellis in there against Josh Colmenter. Colmenter out there for his 4th inning of work. He's thrown 57 pitches, 37 for strikes. Ellis has had a good night. Only 2 hits, but he's hit the ball hard all night long.
We get to a point in an extra inning ball game where pitchers stay away from a hitter's power. I talk about it all the time. Make them get 2 or 3 base hits to score a run, not one mistake they can pull out of the ballpark.
That one is lifted to left field. Cody Ross calls off A.J. Pollock. Here's one pitch, and now everyone move to the right. Or in their case, the left.
And most of the hitters in extra innings go to the plate looking to hit a home run.
Here's Yasiel Puig. Singleton scored in the 5th. He has struck out 3 times today. First pitch swinging, Colmenter. 2 quick outs here for Colmenter to open the 13th. I mean, you can bank on it.
First baseman Jerry Hairston.
First pitch is anywhere in the area code. He's swinging. And a guy with that much talent and that much ability, you'd just like to see him put together some at-bats. He can start tomorrow. That's fine, but
1 for 7 on the ball game tonight. You mentioned 3 strikeouts. He did line out to center field back in the 6th inning, but his last 2 at bats, he's tapped meekly to the first base side of the field.
We saw him walk twice last night. Jerry Hairston Jr. came in a pinch run for Adrian Gonzalez. After Gonzalez had a 2-out walk in the 9th, Hairston came on and scored the tying run on the A.J. Ellis single. And here we are in the 13th. Well, you got to want it. Now, what happens when he wakes up and the ballpark is empty? What happened? Did we win? Jerry Hairston won a ring with the 09 Yankees. He's played in 17 career postseason games. He's a .362 career hitter in the playoffs. He was part of that 2011 Brewers team that beat the D-backs in the NLDS. He went 6 for 16 in that series against Arizona. And we saw him start at third base last night. He's in there at first base tonight.
Look at those numbers. Wow.
Popped him up. Will Nieves. And the Dodger on deck circle. He has it, and it's a nice 1-2-3 13th for Josh Colmeck. And we'll go to the bottom of the 13th. Paul Goldschmidt, Cody Ross, and Martin Prado. We are Goldie gone when we come back. Dude, wake up. Wakes up to the rooster here at Chase Field. You got to want it. The closer is on for the Dodgers here at the bottom of the 13th. This is big Kenley Jansen.
Cutter. Throws an occasional slider, but he's going to live and die with that cut fastball.
And Don Mattingly has used his last position player. And his backup catcher, Tim Fedorovich, is out there at first base. And so that's it. The bench is empty in L.A. Paul Goldschmidt leads off the Diamondbacks' 13th. Goldie so far 1 for 4 with a double and a walk. He's driven in 2 and scored a run. Up the middle, base hit. Winning run aboard with nobody out to start the 13th.
Oh, stung right back up the middle of the field. That cut fastball. Goldie got it off the end of the bat just a little bit, but knuckled it back up the middle of the field for a base hit.
Boy, that head, that head is just down and on the ball. Never moves. Here's Cody Ross. pops up the bunt.
3 successful sacrifice bunts in his entire major league career. A little late getting the bat out there that time.
Matt Williams the third.
I think he's going to bunt again. See 5 strikeouts against Jansen in 7 at bats.
Miguel Montero, Eric Chavez, the 2 position players left on Kirk Gibson's bench. Paul Goldschmidt, 8 stolen bases. He's been caught only 1 time. Popped it up again. He's 0-2. Can't afford an unproductive at bat here.
Saw the 5 strikeouts for Cody Ross against Kenley Jansen in 7 at bats. No surprise. All-time most strikeouts per 9 innings pitched. Kenley Jansen ranks 3rd. Another look at that attempt. Dropped the barrel of the bat down. Popped it off against the netting behind home plate. Craig Kimbrell with 15, nearly 15 and a half strikeouts per 9 innings. Number 1 on the list. Aroldis Chapman, number 2. Kenley Jansen, number 3.
13th inning, and the whole team is on the top step. He's going to try it again on 0-2. Martin Prado. Baxter has his Santa outfit on. I'm not sure what's happening there. It's a little punchy, maybe.
Cat scratch fever.
Martin, as you see here, has had a good night. 2 singles, 2 walks, and RBI. Goldie, the winning run at first, 1 away. Quite a contrast here versus Cody Ross. Prado, a good matchup here with Jansen. Fedorovich, the backup catcher, holding Goldie at first. Trip Gibson grants time. Right-handers this year hitting 196 against Kenley Jansen. Missed away there. 1-0. Well, we're about 15 minutes away, BB, from the 5-hour mark. And we had a record earlier this year. I think we may need to get him checked.
Who, the guy in the Dodgers shirt?
Well, I'm sure he's thrilled to have Baxter sit down next to him in the 13th inning wearing a Santa suit. Lifted in the air to center field. Ethier and Puig. Goldie back to first, 2 down.
A little frustration there on the part of Martin Prado. Thought he had a good pitch to hit right there. Just got underneath but lofted it high in the air to center. He's well aware of those career numbers against Kenley Jansen, too. He knows he's had some success. Got a cutter that didn't cut on the inside part of the plate.
Just got under it. And now with 2 down, here's Will Nieves. Last time up, he drove one deep to the corner and left center, right to the 413 mark. Well, April 3rd, that was us. We're not that far away. Something about the Dodgers. 3 times in 5 here. Tell you what, one guy that never leaves the ballpark in these kinds of games, President and CEO Derek Hall. He is down there for every pitch, every game. He is here for the duration. His wife Amy right next to him, the whole family.
Step off move coming. Yep, timeout first for Will Nieves. Dodgers like to use that quick step-off move. It's not necessarily a pick-off. They just have their pitcher come to a set position, hold the ball for a couple of counts, and then quickly step off the mound with your right foot, hoping to get that runner at first base to commit or at least give some kind of a tip-off as to whether he's running or not. Got the catcher and the umpire. Just as a public service announcement, 168 shopping days left until Christmas.
I don't know.
Don't wait till the last minute.
Got his foot next to that guy's head.
Good Christmas gifts can be found in that D-backs team store.
Oh. Any Brenly items in there?
I don't know.
Baseball cards and pictures, something?
Empty pizza boxes.
Well, got those stacked up in here. I can get you a deal on those.
Yeah, but the one in the team shop is signed.
Oh, laminated. We're off to the 14th. It's 5-5 at Chase Field. Diamondbacks. Big game for the D-backs. Their division lead will either be 1.5 or 3.5. And Josh Colmenter, first National League reliever with 4 appearances of at least 4 innings in a season since 2006. Darren Oliver and Dave Borkowski are the other 2. Hanley Ramirez will lead off the LA 14th. Ramirez, A.J. Ellis, Andre Ethier here. Josh Colmenter starting his 5th inning of work here. Hanley 2 for 5. He walked and scored in the 4th, 2-run double in the 5th, singled in the 9th. Diamondbacks were down to their last out here. Heath Bell, a walk to Adrian Gonzalez, singles by Ramirez and Ellis tied it, and here we are. And now the Dodgers lead it 6-5. 8th home run of the year for Hanley Ramirez.
Watched Hanley Ramirez take batting practice long time ago, and he was hitting balls into the pool area out there, the RamTrucks.com pool, showing his opposite field power here. That ball way up into the bleachers in right.
A.J. Ellis. Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 14th will have Gerardo Parra, Cliff Pennington, and the pitcher spot due up. Josh Colmenter now at 70 pitches, 45 for strikes. Kenley Jansen now in line for the win. Battle of the bullpen so far, it's advantage LA. Dodger relievers have worked 8 innings tonight and given up only 2 hits. And that one is crushed to left and gone. Ramirez and Ellis go back to back here in the 14th. And it's 7-5 Los Angeles. 4th home run of the year for A.J. Ellis.
Changeup is always a dangerous pitch in a 2-strike count because the hitter's naturally on the defensive, trying to wait as long as he can to recognize the pitch. That time Josh just caught a little bit too much plate with that changeup.
So that's an insurance run. Here's Andre Ethier. Still nobody out here in the 14th. Ethier's 2 for 5, 2 singles and a walk. Kirk Gibson out to talk to Trip Gibson now. And we'll have a double switch. Tony Sipp continues to throw. Josh Colmenter, they ask so much every time, and he always delivers. But he got right about 70 pitches and hit the wall here. Diamondbacks down 7-5. Pitching change. We'll take a break from Chase Field. Tony Sipp comes into the game. Monday's series opener got 2 strikeouts, Crawford and Puig. Yesterday, a 2-run single to Adrian Gonzalez, then he struck out Hanley on for the 40th time this year. And he's worked a lot lately. He's the lone lefty back there. 10 appearances since June 21st.
Part of a double switch. Miguel Montero comes in to do the catching. He will hit in the 9 spot. Tony Sipp goes in Will Nieves' spot in the lineup.
Still no one out here in the 14th. Home runs by Hendel Ramirez and A.J. Ellis. Back-to-back shots off Josh Colminter have made it a 7-5 ball game. And Sipp on to work to Andre Ethier. Tony Sipp last 10 appearances, 6 1/3, 4 runs, 7 hits, 10 strikeouts. Bob, how is Tony Sipp for you as the lefty guy back here? It's because sometimes he's been a 1-inning guy, sometimes he's been the 1-out guy. Kind of goes back and forth there with his identity back in that bullpen.
Yeah, for me, he's more of a 1-inning guy. He doesn't really have the kind of stuff to match up against a tough left-handed hitter. He doesn't really have that one put-away pitch. He can beat you with a fastball inside like he's done twice here to Andre Ethier. But usually when I think of a left-handed 1-out guy, he's got a nasty slider or some kind of a split finger or explosive velocity on his heater, something where he can come in and absolutely blow away a left-handed hitter. Like he did right there.
He gets Ethier one away.
I guess my point is Tony Sipp is more than just a lefty 1-out guy, and he said that right from the beginning of spring training. He didn't want to be labeled as a guy that could only get lefties out.
Here's Juan Uribe. That's lifted in the air. Shallow center field. A.J. Pollock coming in. 2 up and 2 down for Tony Sipp. And now after all the double switching that Don Mattingly has done, the backup catcher who is playing first base steps in. It's Tim Fedorovich. Out in front there, 0-1. Fedorovich 4 for his last 24, including a home run. He has started 20 games for the Dodgers this year. In those starts, he's hit .211.
He's been 1 for 9 as a pinch hitter for Don Mattingly, which is what this at bat has to feel like for him after sitting over there on the bench throughout most of the ball game.
Tony Sipp comes in, works a 1-2-3 14th with 2 strikeouts, but the home runs by Ramirez and Ellis have made it a 7-5 Dodger lead. The 14th, Kenley Jansen back out there. He has gone 2 full innings only once this year. That was April 30th versus Colorado.
Well, Diamondbacks have been a very resilient team, perhaps the most resilient team of all of Major League Baseball all season long. See if they can do it one more time.
Gerardo Parra leads off the 14th. Parra 0 for 5 so far. Dodgers the only team in the majors that had not won a game when trailing after 7, 0-32 in that situation, but they're 3 outs away from getting their first win and making it a 1.5 game lead in the NL West for the Diamondbacks.
Backdoor cutter this time. I don't know if that got back to the corner or not. No, it did not.
Two and two. Diamondbacks have not been swept at home in a 3-game set by the Dodgers since April of 08. One away. Parra hitless in the series. That's the third strikeout for Jansen. He has struck out 3 in the last 4 he's faced. 1 out now. Here's Cliff Pennington. Jansen gave up the leadoff single to Paul Goldschmidt in the 13th. Struck out Ross. Got Prado to fly out. Struck out Nieves, and now he's got Parra. Two 2-0. Diamondbacks need a base runner here. Look at this work by the Dodger bullpen tonight. 8 1/3, only 2 hits with 8 strikeouts.
Or just crazy good tonight.
Howell, Belisario, Dominguez, Rodriguez, Withrow, and now Jansen. Cliff Pennington has improved as a hitter every month this year. 205 in April, 233 in May, 261 in June, and now here in July at 267. Two and two. Left-hand side is the favored side for the switch hitter. 252 is a lefty, 191 from the other side.
Velocity down somewhat for Jansen here in his second inning of work. He's normally a low to mid-90s. Guy with that cut fastball, barely touching 90 here in this inning. That one at 92.
Third base side, Uribe. Diamondbacks down to their last out here. Here's Miguel Montero. The rally boot now. How do you know where that shoe's been?
Is his cell phone on his foot now?
Somebody called. Well, we'll see if the 14th is Miggy time. $15 hits for the Dodgers, 9 for the Diamondbacks. One and one. A.J. Pollock is on deck should Montero reach. Can't ask for any more than Josh Colementor has given him this year. Looking for a base runner here. Rally boot in place. There it is. First walk issued by Kenley Jansen. And here comes A.J. Pollock. AJ has had some of the Diamondbacks' best at-bats tonight. 3 for 5. Got a triple, couple of singles, and a walk. He scored twice. There goes Montero. He'll take second on defensive indifference. Tying run at the plate with 2 outs.
Need a home run here. Our friends from the Highland Church needed 18 innings to work their way all the way around the ballpark.
I'll stay if you will.
Got a good pitch to hit right there. A rare 4-seamer from Jansen at 95.
Susan.
She's not going anywhere.
Best in a million universes. Dodgers sweep, and that's the ball game. Rally boot goes back on, and the Dodgers sweep the 3-game series. They have now won 15 of their last 18, 12-2 in their last 14 against the NL West, and most importantly, LA has picked up 8 games on the Diamondbacks since June 22nd, and now they move to within 1.5 games of the D-backs NL West lead. They have gone from 9.5 back to 1.5 back.
All you got to do now, if you're the D-backs, is look forward to this weekend series against the Milwaukee Brewers, a team that they've got to put a whipping on. Dodgers came in here hot. They continued to play hot throughout the 3-game series. They earned every one of these wins.
Todd and Joe, top of the NL West is tightening up.
Indeed it is, guys. Thanks, Steve Berthiaume and Bob Bremlin with